Anyone? But the NRF will be there to come. We will have to have somebody, maybe from another institution in Kenya. We are going to go and see the UNESCO Kenya office. We will see Academy of Science of Africa, Academy of African Academy of Science, and we are going also to see NESEC. They're good resource people who can join you in your institution to do this. But the main person to do this will be you. So we don't want this to be a once-off event, and this can't be a once-off event. Otherwise, we are not going anywhere. Professor, or maybe, do you want to add something? Or we will add later? So wait, once we're going forward with this, you must remember, let's do this in this moment that we are going to be the resource, the finance in your institutions and in the institution around your institution. Thank you.
Yeah, that was just to reinforce the fact that this step will take you seriously because you'll be called upon to do the same to other people. I thought it would come this early so that you know the expected outcome. Thank you.
I think Dr. Ashikam needs to continue activity, and now that we have afternoon as well, we all would like you, now that Dr. Daniel has told you that you are experts of tomorrow. You don't need us. You have all the capabilities and capacities. Only, what I said, your attitude and your willingness to do things. So I think today, while you learn some of the remaining parts, you also think of finalizing your proposals. I think in each group, and so it happens that in I think one or two tables, people have their individual proposals, and we would like that tomorrow each one gets 10 minutes to present that. But those who have more than one proposal around the table, you can choose maybe 2 or 3 to be adjusted within that 10 minutes. Or if you want to select just one, it's up to you. But we like to, see that you present, and hopefully, if NRF person is here in time, they could also look at what you have been doing and what are the ideas that link then becomes strong. Thank you. So over to Dr. Yeah, you can do this.
Thank you, Bob. Now that the organizer has raised the bar, proposal or your research finding would be impactful or not, you can look at your proposal, initial proposal, and see who are the people, how many parties would be benefiting from your proposal. The more, the better, the more people benefiting from it, more impactful it should be. As you can see that, research funding is just not about advancement of knowledge. It should be able to be applied outside the wall of academia. It should be able to solve the world's problems. So that make it impactful. On the right column is just an example. When we assess how impactful it is, we just look whether it impacts the society, the public to what extent. So we want to see this kind of thing in your research proposal. Then, okay, how do we measure? Again, like I mentioned to you yesterday, you look at, you use the coordinated parties as your basis, and you identify how would your research finding benefit each and every of those parties. It might be the same, it might not be the same, but it is, for example, how it would benefit. It should benefit the environment, it should benefit the people, benefit the government and industry, and also the academia. Yeah? So you have heard about this. The biggest question is that where can we find this kind of information in your research proposal? You don't normally when you write a research proposal, you don't claim to be my research proposal is very impactful. That is boasting. You don't do that. You don't write it, you write it in another manner. So the question is that where can we find? How do you put this information in your research proposal? How can you catch the eye of the evaluators to show that your research proposal is impactful? Okay, sorry, I skipped this one. Yes. We look at, remember yesterday I was discussing this before we go off. We know whether we can assess whether your research is impactful or not. And when we reach this part and we read, we look what would be your contribution. So here there are three main contributions. This is actually completed research. I took up from my own as an example. So it's simple. But the research is valuable because it helps the organization to know what types of instruments they are using and the potential design by research. Whether it tells the research is actually telling the organization the reasons of selecting certain instruments, whether it's correct or not. How should they prioritize when they select instruments? And then, why is it so important to understand about this selection? Because if you select the wrong instrument, then your power, the authority of that organization would be either lesser or too much. Here, in this case, instruments refers to policy papers or law papers. So we call it instruments. Technically, we call it instruments. So you need to know. So the second one is this insight would help the organization to resolve their prolonged problems. This is about underground utilities. They've been facing this problem more than 50 years. So this research is trying to tell them where did they go wrong. So that helps. So this is the contribution. Remember yesterday when I said what is the difference between contribution and significance? Contribution is actually the benefit to your sponsor, the details of it. Yeah? If you're looking for it, you can see that how we write it down. It doesn't need to be bombastic. Just like as simple as possible so that it becomes easier to understand. And then this is the significance. So you can see that. Remember yesterday I said that follow the quarterly study. So you can see that in this I think the significance of the study then start. How would the government benefit? So we start with A, B, C. Then D, F. So you can see that from the government how many areas that the government benefit. So you can see that okay. This is interesting because it's not only benefiting the sponsor, but other ministries or government agencies is going to benefit in 5 or 6 ways. What about private and industry? 20 ways. So that's how you see, and that's how you say, okay, this research is worth investing. It has a lot of benefits. And so that is how you write. That is how we know, we assess whether your research proposal is impactful or not. Just an example. Later on tomorrow, maybe you can see and check how you rewrite, how you write your research conclusion and your research. From there, we can tell you, help you to make it more impactful. Inshallah. We always say, inshallah. Tomorrow is always better. Tomorrow is always better than today. Okay, so now I promise you 10 minutes. So we've done 10 minutes. So this morning we're going to continue. We're going to design a robust research proposal. This is a continuation from yesterday, but today this is more important today. Today we're going to design a research objective. Okay. So as you can see from here, this is again the based on my research result. This is the same. This research objective is actually taken from the research proposal which has been completed research proposal. So this is actually the research based on the background and based on the problem. So this is how I designed the research objective. So it doesn't have to be a lot. Enough to just 3, 4. The most is 5. 5 meaning that you need to have more people, team members. 4, 5 meaning that it's manageable. Yeah? And then you must remember the rule of thumb to make your life easier. In a research objective, always put one objective in one sentence. As you can see here what is the objective? Here you want to investigate and identify. Here first investigate and after that you identify. So that's why it can be, these words are put together because why? So we want to investigate the category and type of information. The fourth is actually the Department of Survey and Mapping of Research. We will doing this for that. We had a 50 years problem of underground utility and underground utility. 50 years long. They have spent years, still doesn't solve the problem. So they ask us to help, okay, right? So the first thing that we say that, okay, we try to first category and type. And second, the second research objective must be relatable to the first one. Yeah? So here, after you have investigated and identified, then you explore what was their rationale in selecting and choosing and using the existing features. So the link is actually the existing features. You want to know why. Why did they choose that one? Instead of A, why did they choose document B? Why did they use document B, not A? You want to know the answer. So and after that, you want to know, once you have identified the document, once you identified the rationale, you want to analyze where is the position of that document according to the hierarchy of document. If you are studying policy, in policy there is a hierarchy of document. Of course, at the top is the most powerful. So you want to know why. Okay? So begin, and then after you have done that, what can you do? So you propose just a different portfolio. So it's very use simple words. So it's the simpler the better, like I said now. Make sure that for every research objective, it contains only one sentence, one task. Not too many. Don't combine too many. Because if you put a lot of objectives in one sentence, you must remember, you have to prove each and every one of them. So it's easier if you put one objective, one task. And then what to do after that? Okay, research question must be reflective of each other. You cannot say that you want to do something else, then your research question is something else. It must be this way. Okay? So you can see that investigate, so it starts with why. So you see the yellow here, why I put the yellow here, you see that they are asking, we are still talking about the same thing. Okay? And then you say that it's selective, yes. We want to know their reason. To explore the rationale, meaning that we want to know, so it must be why. Why did they select it? Why? Yes, we want to select things to listen to things. I hope you can see that. Okay? And then to analyze the hierarchy of the children, so we say that, okay, why hierarchy of the children using the hierarchy. That is true. Okay. So, and then, based on this question and research question and research objective, can you guess what would be the most suitable research method for this research? Can you guess? Based on this rule. Okay, it starts off with what kind of data do we need? Remember yesterday I asked you what kind of data do we need for answering this question? Any guess? So, for example, I will explain to you. Remind me later on to come back to this slide. Because the why here has meaning. Normally, for research question objective number 4, when you are putting proposal, you don't need to put any question because you don't know. So there is no need for you to put. Okay, it's okay for you to leave this method because number 4, research objective number 4 is about proposing and suggesting a recommendation. So that's why I left it blank. You don't need. Because your whatever data that you find in it, and you use it, those data, to provide the suggestion. Yes? of this organization, why they choose and select certain documents. Can you get that data from available publication, from available magazine or publication? Maybe yes, but very little. Mostly it's actually not restricted, not well-known information. Those information is only known to the people working in this organization. And even within that organization, not everybody knows. So the data, the decision to select certain instruments or documents is only known among the policy makers and decision makers of this organization. Not many. So you can count by fingers. So if there is not many, so what would be the best method for you to collect the data? Okay? You can see that for this, explore the raster. So again, I start with secondary data, open or restricted, and then it's combined. Because you want to know the reason. What was the reason when they selected and they chose to pick up that document, not others. So that is primary data, meaning that this is going to be the data that we generate. Okay, so again, whatever, you need to do some fact finding. Is it limited? Yes, it is limited because why? Because it's only known among the policy makers and decision makers, not among everyone in the organization. So you're going to target those people to be your responsibility. Okay. So and then the data owner, who are the data owners? So you look at the possibility. These are all the possibilities. So what would be the best for you the best method for you to collect the data? So the three options here, interview. You want to interview because who? Because the numbers of people involved here are small. The policy makers of this organization is small, less than 5. So you go and interview. Interview would be the best method. But if it involves a lot of people here, so the best method focus group discussion. So both focus group discussion and interview are still qualitative methods. So on the yeah. So the third one, to rank. Again, you're going to use secondary and primary data. Again, you can see that. It's very different. So what is the difference here? It's interview and interview. So again, it's qualitative. So this research proposal based, but if you do this, it will help you to come to a decision quickly. You know that this is going to be the quality. So that, and one, if your friends ask you why not quantitative, why not mixed mode, you have to answer. Because there's no way that you can, there's no need for you to go for quantitative. Because there's no way. That involves a small number of people. Quantitative is for survey. Survey involves a lot of people, more than 400. Then is advisable for you to get data to survey. But here is survey involving small number of people. Yeah? For the rational, so in this case, we know that to get the data here, you must interview the people from this organization and to see what is the impact of this document and to see whether to actually to check and to calculate whether their decision is correct or not. We go and ask the user, what was the impact of their decision? The impact of this organization when they select certain document, what was the impact on the user? Is it good? Okay. So this is a very specialized area. It doesn't involve the public so much. So we decided to collect data to focus on discussion. Okay, I give you another example, and after that I stop to give you some space to ask me any questions. So this one is another one. This is another research that I've done. This one almost the same. I use the same template, but I found and arrived at it tells me by using this template helps to tell me that okay, I need to adopt a mixed mode method. This template is actually helping me. I don't need the decision. I just put in the data and do it done. So same. You can see that this is almost the same. Where does it differ? You can see that here. Because it involves survey. So you can see that up here, quality, and because it's survey, that is quantity. Because of this, the approach that I need to this research is make sense. It makes sense? Before I go there, I give you about 5 to 10 minutes. Any question that you want to ask? Any question?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to seek some clarification where you are using the mixed method, quantitative and qualitative. And from my past experiences, after using quantitative, and we are using both also quantitative, then you want to normalize that quantitative so that you can compare with the qualitative, but you find you don't have a benchmark or a standard for your quantitative so that you can normalize it with your qualitative. How do you go about it?
I thought that answer that. It's actually in the next slide. So your question is at detail. Number 4, to answer your question there. Number 4, number 6. I will explain to you detail how. Because we have a qualitative data and we have a quantitative data. So how do you combine and make it as a normalized? So that each data, because the qualitative data, the way we analyze is different from the way we analyze quantitative data. But they are telling us the same story. The difference is that one is telling you in figures and numbers, the other one is telling you in description and numbers. So how do you make normalization? The way we make it. You have this data. There's normally is here. Number 3, number 4, number 6. That's how we normalize the qualitative and quantitative data together in a mixed mode. Meaning that you have extra work to do. If it's only qualitative, then you don't have to do number 4. If you have to do, but it's easier, still within the same.
I just wanted to have that question repeated. Was it how to mix the qualitative and quantitative? Was this the question?
How to. So you have the quantitative data, but you want to normalize it so that you can give it a qualitative meaning. So, and in this case, you don't have a benchmark. Because the qualitative, maybe you use a scale of 1 to 5, but you have the quantitative data, but now you don't have a benchmark to compare with the qualitative implication of it.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's very important point. Personally, I always go for such an issue to the most relevant department or individual to have. I mean, we can discuss here, but it will probably take a little longer time. The statistics people or the economists can help there. When you say 1 to 5 or 1 to 10 scale to assess the quality and qualitative data, that is already quantifying the qualitative data in itself. But I don't want to go into the details right now. However, that is also accepted that you have something on scale, and particularly if you are assessing knowledge or something which is otherwise not measurable in terms of numbers, then you have scales, and the scales are already developed in economics or research more about that. Okay, so. But the question is very important. Everybody should understand that these things, when you start collecting data, writing, this will appear. And if you don't sort it out at that stage, later on your results could be confusing also. Thank you.
from A to B.
Yes.
There's a way of normalize it, but if you discuss it now, you will see the whole class. But we can for our research method. I said, research yes. Reflects the research cluster. Because your research cluster may be contain only what clustering, where clustering, who clustering, and when. Those clusters doesn't mean one of the things. So you can see that what it is, so that it's descriptive, blah blah blah. You can get methodology, the methodology that normally used for qualitative, there are few. First group review, lead review, discussion, workshop, observation. I forgot to mention here benchmark. Benchmarking, physical benchmarking, meaning that you go and visit another country and observe and just ask them how are they doing the thing. I forgot to mention this benchmark. Okay, quantitative, there's a lot also. We have a survey questionnaire, particular questionnaire. This is example. I took computer research. So in this research, we did two types of survey. One is survey questionnaire. This is for public. Okay, so the difference is slightly different. But for public therapy, it involves a subject matter expert. So their numbers is small. Okay? I will show you. So for data, what kind of data that you will see? Case secondary, so looking at existing and available data. Primary data you collected and distributed. For the party, see that here. The next one, okay. So, and then it's important also, in your research method, you need to also consider this, like, how do you identify that those parties that you have in mind are the correct parties? So there must be a technique in identifying the correct parties. Right? So you can use purposive sampling technique, you can use snowballing technique, you can use a cluster technique, you can use a stratification up any research methodology book and they will inform me which one is suitable. In my case, because this research involves a very technical and very specific area, so the technique that I use in identifying the people who are supposed to give me the data, I use the purposive sampling technique. Meaning that is purposive. I only target those people. Yeah? Then I also use, as a research, it's also yes, also no volume. Sometimes I do not know. So based on those people, they would tell me who would be the next best person that I should go and ask for that. It's two techniques. I expect your research proposal to give this, please mention what technique that you are using in identifying your responsibility for your data collection. And then, method to distribute the survey, random. You can use random, you can use convenient. So in my case, I choose random, and I justify my yes, and then methodology to analyze the data. For the quantitative data, I use the existing software. I think anyone has done PhD knows this. It's a basic. And statistic is very complicated. It's a basic. And then for qualitative data, I use analytical framework and go or smart as I don't know, I put slash. Because I would know what kind of data that I would be researching, so that's why I put option. I don't say n, but I say slash. It could fall in any option. And then I also need to use content analysis, and then this is what if it's descriptive, what I have to do. Content analysis, now, and go in there, so that will make my life easier in analyzing qualitative data. Okay? So, yes. The methodology to integrate and validate all the data. So you must remember this one is actually a qualitative and quantitative data. So for survey, of course, like the gentleman here just now asked about the scale. Normally we use center scale. I like to use center scale up to 5 or 4. Why? Not because I'm lazy, but because I cannot find a good classification. It's nice to have 1 to 10 letters. But how do you differentiate from 1, no knowledge, let's say no knowledge, to very knowledgeable? So you have to find a very fine difference. So that's why in my case, I always say that 4, strongly agree. Strongly disagree, disagree. So when I normalize it, how do I normalize it? Or 5, say that in the middle is just that medium. Or 10 people. So I would, in my analysis, I would combine the strongly agree and agree as a quality. Yeah? Regardless whether you are strongly agree and agree, you are still agreeable. So that I cluster that one. Those who doesn't agree, doesn't matter how much you disagree, you still disagree. So just agree and disagree. So from 1 to 5, I just know. Because if you push backward, you must be very good in management. And you need people who are very expert in telling you what is the difference between 7 and 6. 7 is strongly agreeable. After strongly disagreeable, strongly agreeable, what? 6. 4 or 7 is 7. Not 2. Because that number 4 is for the people who has no answer. Understand? So, what is between number 7 and 8 is strongly agreeable. Number 7, method scale number 7, moderately agreeable. How do you measure moderately agreeable? So, why open yourself to questions? So you might tell me if this is strongly agreeable. Easy. Me. But others can do. If you are good, if you can find the scale for each from 1 to 8, correct now? Okay. For example, from never to preferred, or from never to normal in 7 stages. Never done it, that is normal. It's normal for you to do it. To have. Normal, rare, once in a while, often, frequent, something like that. So, then you triangulate. So how do you triangulate? The process of triangulation. I think if you do it, only then it makes sense. Triangulation is actually putting both data, the qualitative data and quantitative data next to each other. I said this now, they are talking about the same thing, except that one is in the figures and numbers format, one in the descriptive format. But if you look at you can use those data, qualitative and quantitative data, to support each other. Because you see that if you look at it, that's the beauty when you use this thing, thematic and content. Because when you do that analysis, you cluster those things according to the content of your data according to theme. Then it's easier. So you can use the quantitative data to support your qualitative data. Alright, again the methodology. What is the methodology? I expect you, if you don't understand this, it's okay, but I expect to see these things in your research methodology. You are right out in your research methodology. This is a must. Because if you leave this thing, then you lose your chance, you reduce your chances of getting the research done. So the methodology to ensure that whether your data is adequate. Because sometimes when I was younger, less experience, I used to ask my provider. Now I'm older, my students ask me, how do you ensure that this data is sufficient? The data that you collected is sufficient. Should I go back and ask for more? Should I stop? Should I collect more? How do you ensure? What technique do you use? There is a technique is here. Okay, I start with the quantitative data. For quantitative data, it's easy because you can count. You can see. Remember, I cannot remember, was it yesterday or 2 days ago? I said that for the numbers, minimum numbers, I asked you a question. What is the minimum numbers possible? And I said that 318 if the population is 38 million and below. If it's like Kenya, 50 million, so your numbers, the minimum numbers is around 500. And then you want to make your data, the collected data more relevant, you increase it by 3-fold. So 500 times 3. So the new number for survey is 1,500. So that is the numbers that you need for your quantitative data. Does that mean that you only distribute 1,500 surveys?
So, I'm asking, maybe you are saying if the population is 38 million, then you have 380, but you don't have the sample population.
The Morgan and Fisher formula is the formula for calculating the numbers.
So maybe at the end of the day, then if you already have the sample, I don't see the reason why you have to break up into the data collection. Then you ask yourself if you have the right, enough data. Because you already have the sample.
The sample? Sample are actually the people that you get the data. You have a sample size, with the sample size for your view. What are the sample size? I'm talking about respondents, the people willing to give you the data. It's a difference between sample and respondent. Okay? You get confused. Okay? We can talk later. Okay. But, okay, I come back to you, right? For the respondent, how many numbers of respondents that you need? How to make sure that your data is enough? So for quantitative, follow. This is the oldest formula. As we go on, I cannot remember what is the name of that process. We have a new formula, but the new formula is using a different software. And so it is tougher. It is for SEM. For SEM, the number is slightly different. The formula is slightly different. If you're going to assess your data using structural equation model, then the Morgan and Fisher formula is not applicable. You have to use a different how many data that you need to make sure how many heads or how many people that you need to collect your data from. Yeah? So you need for Kenya, let's say roughly 1,500. But that doesn't mean that you only distribute the survey, only 1,500 survey. You normally only distribute between 2,000 to 2,500 survey, more than what you needed. Why? This is to avoid you from going back and collect the data. Because you must understand, when you distribute the survey, you are asking people to fill in the survey questions. Sometimes we do not check. We see at the front, it looks as if they have ticked all the boxes. But as you go to the second page, they left certain column empty. So what do you do with that survey? You throw that away. It's not ready. So that's why when we distribute survey questions, we distribute more than necessary. Only sometimes we distribute 1,000 extra, just in case. To stop ourselves from collecting data for a second time. We don't have time. We only collect data once, for survey. That is for quantitative data. For qualitative data, okay, this is like
achieve the sample size, but it doesn't be presented enough. So what if you do something and then you realize that you achieve the saturation level before you achieve the sample size? What happens?
Sample size, for quantitative, it doesn't depend on the sample size. It depends on the information that you give. Even though you have 30 people, you intend to get information from 30 of them. So you say that I will be interviewing you one by one, wait for your turn. But the moment you reach 8%, you say, okay, you are so saturated with that information. You can start at 10, 12, but then if you are not confident enough, you can start at 12, you start at 8.
The size doesn't matter.
So you must remember, for qualitative and quantitative is not the same. For quantitative, you need to reach that number. You need to reach that number. Before you reach that number, then we consider your data is not sufficient. You ask you to collect the data. So that's why in the report we want to know how many people, who are the respondents, because our question is who are the respondents and how many of them. When we ask you, then you know, you are asking about the quality of the data.
I have a question, especially on snowballing, because it's more than a fire system. How would you know you've come to the end of the situation then? Because probably you might be in the past, and also, how do you know when you come to this?
To trial and error. Sorry, no answer. Trial and error, but the best about trial and error is that it gives you the experience and the exposure. You can make the decision yourself. First time you might not be sure, second time you might not be sure, but the third time you know already because it is self-practice. So let's say for snowboarding, people would say that go to that person. Maybe he can go ahead and do. Okay? And then the person said, oh, I think the other person also has a video. They would suggest you. But after a while you realize that you don't have to. You can stop. So that's the beauty of the creator now. So, alright. Any more questions? After that, yes. Okay, for number of surveys, and if I say this now, the size, or the size of your respondent, for Morgan Precinct, that one is a number that for Malaysia, for Kenya is slightly larger because we are more than 38 years. And then we times by 4, we increase it by 4 to make it credible. So that it is also useful as a spare part. So just in case, because many of those survey questions is not ready, so we have a lot of spares to use. And then for number of fuzzy Delphi survey, what is the minimum number? You must understand fuzzy Delphi survey is different from the individual normal survey. Fuzzy is always for subject matter expert, so you don't need big number. Minimum is 5. You can range minimum is from 5, some people say 7 to 10. So they are experts, subject matter experts. You don't need any other. And then, yes, number of unique interviews. You can see that group interviews. I mentioned the previous slide. Okay, previous slide I mentioned yes here. I mentioned group interviews and unique interviews. What is the difference between unique interviews and group interviews? Group interviews is like I'm interviewing all of you from all various backgrounds on the same subject matter. Okay? But when it comes to unique interview, I'm interviewing people of higher rank people. They don't want to be belong to the group, so they need to be more one-on-one. Okay? Because why? Sometimes the way they think, the way they talk, and their projection is different from the one, so we separate them. We don't want them to be. We don't want. For example, we don't want them to be the last group because we don't want them, these elite people, to influence the mind of the general mind. So we put them. Okay? So it's okay if you have 3 types. Okay, yeah, but don't stress the number up to 20. Really tired. You have time. Because principals sometimes they talk. You ask them one question, and then they answer you up until your 10 question. For 2 hours, they non-stop. So these are the things that you need to be aware of. Okay? So for focus group discussion, group interviews and number maximum, it's good that so what is the difference between interview and focus group discussion? Okay, I just want to ask this group, have you done focus group discussion before? Have you conducted focus group discussion before? Focus group discussion is like one group. Except that the people that we invited for focus group discussion are subject matter experts of their areas. Not just ordinary people. We targeted them. We identified them beforehand. We have criteria. Meaning that they have certain criteria. If they meet that criteria, only then we say that only then you are invited to focus group discussion. Okay. So what is the difference between interview and focus group discussion? Focus group discussion is just like this. I go to one table and ask people. We prepare you with answers and you discuss. It's more like two-way communication and discussion. No one is wrong and no one is right. We just collect the data. But when it comes to interview, it's more like one-way communication. There's no way that we can disagree or argue with the person that we interview. We just listen, we ask them questions, they just tell us. And then when we go back, only then we filter the information. So it is good to have a focus group discussion because it helps you most of the time, 120% time. These people from the focus group discussion will give you ideas how to solve your research problem. So you guide them. And then it expands your networking as well. They will call you, I have this problem also, can you come and visit us and tell us? So use that for you. And then for focus group discussion, what is the minimum or maximum number? Right? I always put 30 persons per group, maximum. Why 30? Because it's easy to manage. It's too many, difficult to manage. So from each 40 days, government, industry, academia, and society, meaning that people involved in the focus group discussion are 120 people. A lot. It is always good for you to do focus group discussion to have them on separate days. Don't put them together. Because why? The industry would have a big argument with the people from the government and you would not get your data. You wasted your money. Normally, I would take them out to a neutral ground. Normally, but just appreciating their presence. Because you are your data. Most important. You are doing this research for the government, surely you know. So they tell us, okay, what to do? Listen. Alright, so for what is that? Numbers for focus group discussion. Yes, we have two types of focus group discussion. The method is the same, but you have to, the first one involving the quad unit, 120, is for the purpose of data collection. This one. The second one, number 2, is for validation purposes. For this number, their number will be smaller. You don't need all of them. You can pick the 30. Who are these 30? Anyone from here? Or anyone totally, you never called them before, can come. Because they can validate your research findings. It's good for you to have this extra job of validating your research findings so that it becomes more relevant. Is there any question about this thing? Because I will proceed after this to, I have about 15 more slides to go. but these are the most important part of your research proposal. That's why this morning I go to talk with you. Okay, we take a break, have coffee, and then come back and then we start with this designing your research proposal, your research project. Yes?
Okay, thank you. My concern is to the internal work dissertation in this proposal. At what point should one use hypothesis in a proposal and when do you use dissertation? At what point one use hypothesis in a proposal and at what point do you use dissertation?
That's hypothesis and good question. Hypothesis and research question. It should come, depends on the way you have your hypothesis in your house. But in nature, you always come up with hypothesis after the research question. But if you are doing hypothesis is good for engineering, for people doing engineering. For social science, you don't need one. But you put the order of your hypothesis after the research question. So your hypothesis and these are what you do for the research question.
Thank you, Professor. I'm having qualitative data in terms of primary data collection. You have talked about how important that is actually is. And you have used focus group discussions. And what interviews and what is the purpose, what is the use that?
I wanted to ask whether you can use both research objectives and research questions in a proposal, or if you decide to use research objectives, then you don't use research questions. Can you use both, or do you use either?
They have one main research recommendation, and they break it out into hypotheses. Each hypothesis becomes the basis of their I think I have stop here for coffee break and then come back. Then we continue with another important part of our discussion for it. That is designing your research design. You need to design your research plan. Don't take it yet because it's not about. I have many more slides to go. So never mind. Let's go and have coffee discussion out.
So with that, we come to the end of this session. And we thank Professor Ashwin. So let's give appreciation now as we take our coffee break. So we'll take a 10-minute health break, and then we'll come back to continue the next session, which is budgeting and evaluation of. Or we'll come back and finish this before we move on to budgeting and incorporate evaluation. Thank you.
One, two, 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 two. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, sound check. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Check one, two, check. Check, check. Check one, two. Check one, two. 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2. Check. One, two, sound check. One, two, sound check. 1, 2. 1, 2, sound check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Sound check. 1, 2. 1, 2, sound check. 1, 2. Sound check. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Sound check. 1, 2. Sound check. 1, 2. One, two.
Okay, today, okay, thank you. The next one, after you have decided the methodology, you already knew about who's your targeted parties for data collection, and then you can at least, depending on sponsors, normally for research proposal, they already told you how long. So you can adjust your time according to the time frame that's given. If they say it's 9 months, then you design your research design 9 months, not 1 day extra. Because in Malaysia, if we exceed 1 day extra, there will be a penalty that we have to pay, 100 ringgit per day. So cannot afford. Who wants to pay that 100 ringgit extra? So normally we try to make sure that we complete on time or earlier. Okay? Doesn't really matter 2 days earlier. If it's too early, then your sponsor would look and then would doubt you whether you are doing good job. So not too early and not too late. Never cross the line. Okay? So now they have known who are the parties, the time. So now it's time for you to sit down and design your research. This is where when Prof. Mansoor yesterday or day before talking about the do and the don'ts, you need to plan your research. Your research design is actually your map that would guide you where and when and how are you going to execute your research plan. So this is important for you to have the research design, to design your research well. So in my case, I designed it according to, why 3 phases? This is according to the sponsor's requirement. They wanted it to be done in 3 phases. Normally, if I do it in 4. But when they say that 3, okay, you just say, yes sir, I oblige. I do 3. But the content, the things that I do is still the same, whether it's 3, 2 or 4, they are still the same. It's just a matter of putting the boxes where, what happened when. Yeah? So you can see that in the first phase, I do I plan the research. How do you plan the research? You need to do small literature review, like what you have done the last 3 days. You did small research literature review to support your research proposal. And then secondly, you identify the research gap, okay, which also you have done. And then, of course, you conduct a benchmark. You try to look, go through the research literature review, see and check what other countries have done, what previous research have done. And then put those little information later on in your background facts. But you have done it. And then after that, you have defined your research problem. Okay, we have done it first day, second day, research problem, research objective just now. Okay, your research question. And then we have done also research type. So these things all happen. What we have done for the last 3 days is actually covering this area. Phase 1. Okay? And then here, why technology, this one, if it's needed. Because in your case, this is requirement, this is number 6 is not common. This one, number 6 is actually fit for my research. For my research that I did, I need to do some research, some small technology forecasting. I need to do. In your case, you don't need. So your step is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is phase 1. And then normally in second phase is actually data collection processes. But since these sponsors want me to do the research in 3 phases, so I drag this second box into phase 1. Phase 2 actually revolves around it. This phase 2 actually involves data collection processes. What do you do in the second phase? You normally, of course, if you want to distribute survey questionnaire, or you want to conduct interview, or you want to conduct focus group discussion, you need to have questions. So you need to plan, develop all those questions. We call it research instrument. So you develop, and then when you develop, you need to go through a validation process. Normally in real time, it takes 1 month for you to develop your your survey questionnaire, or your interview questionnaire, or your focus group question. When we go for focus group discussion, we don't go empty-handed. We already prepared actually bunch of questions for the parties to answer. Because the purpose of inviting them is actually to get data from them. Yeah? So you need to go through this process, get data, validate, and then you determine the sample size and the respondent, and then after that the data collection processes start. Yeah? Okay, number 3, after you get your data collection, you do your data analysis, you transcribe normal drill, you transcribe, you filter, you do the coding, you do the checking. That is very technical. Okay, number 4, what you do? Okay, in this case, I start to do what my sponsors want me to do. In this case, they want us to come up with a roadmap. So based on the data that I have, I design the roadmap. So this is actually for the deliverables. This is actually for the data analysis process. This is actually data collection processes. This is preparation. So in research design, normally we have only 4 phases, but in this case it's slightly special because my sponsor wants me to do it in 3 phases. So what I just do is I just combine. This one I said, this is phase 1, this is originally phase 2, but when they wanted us to do it in 3 phases, I just combine it, put it here. Yeah? Then, so phase 1 is preparation, phase 2 is data collection, phase 3 is data analysis, phase 4 is actually preparing for the research output. That's all. That's how you design your research, the execution of your research. Yeah? So we need to see this in the research proposal. We want to make sure that you know what you are doing, and you are doing it in a proper manner. So it might look simple, but it is very meaningful to people. They want to make sure that you know that what you are doing. Yeah? So, and then number 3, and then okay, this is another example how it can be done. You can design your research design is up to your creativity actually. But what I'm doing is still the same. You can see that the content is the same: the blue and the orange and the green. They're all the same. Is it written in my language or is it written in? This is the way it is done. You can see that this sponsor wants us to do in 3 phases. No, 5 phases. So I can say that phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, phase 5. But they're all the same. Talks about preparing for the research, preparing for the data collection, preparing and building up the instrument, go and collect the data, analyze the data, and then do the prepare for the deliverables. Same, regardless of how many phases they want you to do it. The way I presented is also, I got bored with the previous one. I asked my team, can I change the design? Because I got bored. Simply, and then I designed it this way because to me, okay, it looks different, slightly different. There's no other reason behind it. They're all the same. So you can see that this is a very big scope, very broad scope research. It has 9, I have to do 9 things. A lot. 9 things within a year at ASEAN level. For five countries are involved. So quite taxing, challenging. Okay. And then, yes, this is another example. You have to follow what your sponsors require you to do. Because in this case, my sponsor wants me to use this specific and particular method. I do not know why, but someone in the office is so fond of this critical path method. So we were asking, what is critical path method? So I also don't know. So I have to go and learn before designing it. But after we understood it, it's just a matter of name. The way you design it is still the same as before. Just a slight twist. They have new elements, we integrated it, and we put that way. But the main reason why I showed you this one is because depending on your sponsor, what do they want you to use? If they ask you to do this, do. If they don't ask, okay, use the normal one. Okay? So you can see that here, the sponsors, I have to deliver four reports at different stages. Report 1, report 2, report 3, report 4. It's a lot. Yeah? But it's good. It is actually the evaluation mechanism. They are monitoring us so that we can stay on time. Okay. How many? This is just an example of the numbers of people involved in this data collection processes. Okay. When we design it, we have to identify who are these people. So we quickly draw this circle so that we can see who are they. So we know that they are from, these are in my language. I'm too lazy to translate it. So here, this one is all actually from the government, the ministry. So you can see that at least there are 4 different ministries involved. Yeah? And then these are all utility providers. I do not know how many of them. 7. So, and then they have also here people from the federal government, and then they are state government, and then the killing part is that I have to invite one. This is a sample of the local authorities. There are 157 local authorities, so I have to invite them. They have to be involved as part of the respondent in this research. And then also we have another. These are also the regulators. So you can imagine that how many people that we have to deal with. They're all not the same. They're not talking. They are not on talking terms. Not even among the ministries. So that's why my tips this morning, I said that when you do a focus group discussion, it is good that you separate them. You conduct it on a different day. Yes? Otherwise they will be arguing. There are some disagreement between them. There are some internal politics and you don't want to be involved. You just want to complete your research. Okay, these are the examples. Okay, here this is how I wrote my research method in my proposal. Of course it is in my language, but it doesn't need to be very long. So I was explaining who are these people. Say that here this is the government, this is the industry, these are the academia, and these are the people, the court helix. So I just say that why. You can see that here, you can detect this term, court helix. So this is how I presented it. Yeah? So it doesn't need to be long. You can write it in this manner, easy for them to see. Okay, I forgot to mention to you just now also about benchmarking. Benchmarking is also one of the methods for you to collect data. Physical benchmarking. There are 2 types of benchmarking. One is a desktop benchmarking. The other one is physical benchmarking, whereby you go to that place and do some interview, do some assessment and some observation. If it's required, or if you're in some sponsors want you to do benchmarking, they ask you. They give you money, they say that go, do some benchmarking. You have to. If they ask you, okay, say, hey, I'm going. So you have to. In this case, yes, here the yellow one is actually talking about benchmarking. And then I have to justify, even though my sponsor wants me to do the benchmarking, but I have to write down the justification why I want to include benchmarking as part of the data collection processes. I justify. And then I name them. I give them the option where I want to go for my benchmarking. So it's up to them to choose whether if they are agreeable, they say that okay, only go to one of these countries, or they say that go to all 5. Okay. All we have to do this all within 9 months. If you involve, if your research proposal has a slot for benchmarking, then you need to do more preparation because you need to contact people from abroad. So to the communication, normally it takes a longer time, especially if it happens during summer. They don't work during summer, and your research cannot wait until summer is over. So you have to do a lot more planning. Yeah? Okay. Okay, these are the numbers. The people involved in my research. Yes, for qualitative, I justify how many. Yes, for qualitative, between 300 to 150 involved. Whereas for quantitative, it's 400 minimum, following the formula just now. Okay? And I say that I followed the standard, the international standard. Okay, I teach you one Malay word, dunia. Dunia means world. Is it the same? Same. Swahili. Okay, so it's not new to you. So you can read them. Oh, sorry. You can read this one statement. Yeah. Okay. And then this is again the example of how when I say that just now, you need to put in what technique you use in identifying your respondent. So here, I said this is how I wrote it. Say that here, snowballing, and here, this is the purposive. And then I would distribute the survey random, and then for this one is not purposive. You need to justify. It doesn't need to be long. Okay, now we come to the budget. Anyone to ask? Okay, just here.
I was looking at the diagram of that one. I was looking at this diagram, then you find that the actors are totally different and they are doing totally different things. And they don't, some have some things in common, others don't have other things in common. Now, how did you arrive at that for qualitative and 400 for quantitative, given this scenario? Yeah, even with that, let's go back to that sphere of influence. How would you determine the sample size for this? Because these are totally different actors. Some have got similar activities, different activities, and all of them don't have something in common. So how do you get the sample size?
This one is actually, from my assessment, earlier assessment, said that what data I need from these people. These people are actually involved in one way, directly or indirectly in underground utility. So you can see that this water is utility. Water is here. Here water is utility. This is Petronas is gas, natural gas. And then this is electricity, this is internet. All of them are involved in underground utility. Because they have the utility buried underground. So these are the people directly involved in underground utility. And I have decided earlier that what data I need. I need primary data. So what would be the numbers involved? If the numbers, if I check, can the number exceed more than 380? If it is 380, then definitely I have to go for survey. But this one will be identify that the number is less than 150. So we go for focus group. So it depends on your data. Like I said, the qualitative is difficult. You have to do some adjustment, some validation. But you need to know if the numbers that you need is accurate. If the numbers that the number of lesser, then you go for focus group discussion. If it's less than 150, you go for group interview. If it's less than 10, you go for sitting. Alright, if you have no question, okay, we go for, okay. Okay, we talk about budget. Okay, do you have any questions? Yeah. Okay, this is actually towards the end of research proposal. This is something also that you need. So budget is also important. You cannot exceed. If you exceed, then your sponsors is saying that you are taking advantage of them. So they would reject your proposal, no matter how good is your proposal. Sometimes, if they want, they would call you. They will call you, they say that we agree with your proposal, but we don't agree with your budget. Can you reduce it? Okay. So sometimes they don't give you that liberty. They just reject because not because of the quality of your proposal, but because you overclaim. So it's good that you can, if you can make a good estimation. And then it's also you need to know also about the budget, because if you underclaim, and the sponsor would love you because you are claiming much lower than anyone else, then they would give you, and then after that you would run out of money, and then you have to come up with your own money to pay for the rest of the work or your research because you underclaim. The reason is because you did not make a proper budgeting. So this is just an example. This is one of the simplest requirement from my sponsor. They ask you to give this. Okay, so they just say that, okay, please give. They just want to know you. In the research proposal, the main research proposal, you just need to give in this amount. But as an attachment, after that, you will need to give an attachment. So these are the details, how you come up with that amount of money. So you have to make the calculation. So for example, if you have if you are distributing a research survey, what is the minimum? Meaning that you cannot do the survey throughout the day. I do not know. But for me, I cannot afford to go throughout the nature to go and collect survey data. I would hire people to do for me. Per copy. I would pay my assistant. One complete copy, I would pay them around 10 to 16 of my money. Okay, in Malaysia, let's say if I want to do a survey and I know that I need 1,002 to 1,005, so I need to collect the data. I would hire people to collect the data for me. And I promise, I said that minimum I would pay you a completed survey questionnaire, 10 ringgit. So 10 times 1,000, 10 times 2,000. So for I to pay, so you can imagine, so how much money already? Oh, 20,000. 20,000. Already 20,000. It's quantitative. Quantitative. If you want to distribute a survey, okay, if I want to distribute a survey and I have to pay 10 ringgit, I have to distribute a survey for about 2,000 copies. How much is that? 20,000? 2,000. 2,000. So that 2,000 is the budget you need to put in. Okay. Okay. I think you have done also a quantitative survey. You need to key in the data. Once you have collected the data, the survey questionnaire, you need to key in. I also hire people to do the key in because I don't want to do the key in. I've done that during my younger days. I don't want to do it. So I would pay people. I would pay people, if I want a good quality job, I need to pay them slightly higher. I pay them around 15 ringgit per copy. So they would do a good job. So for that, I estimated and I put it here. And then for traveling, they need to go and travel. Let's say I give them 1 month to travel throughout Malaysia to get the survey. So I need to calculate their hotel lodging, their food, their petrol, their toll, put it here. You need to know distance from Kuala Lumpur, from the capital to the northern part of Malaysia. How many toll gates that they have to go through? They have to pay the toll gates. How much petrol? The lodging, how many days? You put it here. Yeah? Okay. What else? And then, for example, you want to have a focus group discussion. Imagine the basic focus group discussion is for the government, industry, academia, and the society. You want to do it nicely at a hotel. So you go and consult the hotel, work out, negotiate with the hotel. If you want to do a focus group discussion for 30 parties, that is for the people that 30 are the people that you're going to collect your data, plus you and your team. So all in all would be 40 people. So 40 for that focus group discussion. How much is the hotel charging? Let's say 10,000 per session. So put it in 10 times 4. For validation, times 5. That's how you come up with the budget. Don't overclaim and don't underclaim. Both are risky. So it's good if you have a good connection with the hotel people. They give you a lot of discount. So this is just an example. So it shows you the details. So how you come up with a certain thing. So these are the things you have to justify how much you come up with. Even the reporting. You must remember, I did that mistake during my early days. I just say that the cost for printing is only 200 ringgit. And I was happy. Suddenly the client says that, can you print it in color? Can you print it in this type of color? All pages. How many copies? And I have to come up with my own money. Because I did not make good estimation for printing, for the reports. You want to stay in good name with your sponsor. Yeah. So you learn from my mistake. Don't do my mistake. Don't repeat my mistake. So that's why you can see that we claim everything. This is actually for benchmark. You put in a benchmark. Once you have decided where you want to go, so you say that per person, benchmark studies in 2 countries for 5 working days. You come up with money. So you can book. This way, how do you save money? You book as early as possible. From day one, after you get your budget, you start do the booking. So that you can get an open ticket or flight ticket cheap. You have to, because we don't have money. We want to go for a long time. So that's how we did. We are not poor. As a I don't think researcher are rich researcher. I'm a poor researcher. Okay, and then you can see that, with the country, because this is a collaboration project that I did with ASEAN countries. So we have to do whatever I do in Malaysia, it has to be repeated in ASEAN countries. So that's why it's like this. Okay, this is a flowchart. Flowchart depends on your research. Don't follow me. It's not necessarily working, but it's just a sample. But you have, from based on what you have planned, you know what needs to be done. This is actually based on your research design. Sometimes the sponsor wants to see it in this way. So you follow them. Okay, no problem. But you can see that it's still the same. Phase 1, sorry. Okay. Still the same. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. So you just convert it in this diagram, in this form. Different. The way you presented is different. But it is still the same. Okay. And then, yes. This is again another hidden, sometimes we did not see it, we did not read the contract clearly. I almost make the mistake. Because I thought that after we have completed the research, the finding, we hand over the report, everything is done. Say goodbye. I'm happy, you happy, then say goodbye. I did not read the small print. Because in the contract, they say that there should be a knowledge transfer program. I need to train their staff. And the cost would be on me. By right, I should claim from them. They should bear the cost. But since I forgot to claim, I have to come up with my money. So So these are the sacrifices that you do. People sometimes don't see. But there's no one to blame but myself because I did not read the report. Because out of assignment getting a grant. Okay, this is how you do your Gantt chart. Because this is very useful, this is very useful because if everyone as a team member should have this Gantt chart because this is how you monitor your progress. Because here, when I presented, yes, I was at this stage. So I was just a few months away. And then, who in the world is this Dario? This sponsor, they appointed one expert to monitor our progress. So it causes more stress only. Not necessary, it's not necessary, it's not offered, but there's a reason why I showed this because this is the only research project that I did that the sponsor assigned a supervisor, an industrial supervisor, to monitor our progress. Which is good actually. I learned a lot from this Professor Dario. So this is how you do your Gantt chart. Make it clear, make it let's see if it's possible. You do it monthly or weekly, so that you know whether you have time, you have plenty of time, you have no time, or you are really running out of time. My biggest fear is that you cross the deadline. That is where the penalty starts. In Malaysia, we are penalized 100 ringgit per day, and then it continues until you submitted the report, acceptable report. You can submit a report, but whether they accept it or not is another thing. So, okay, so don't. Alright. It is also good in your research proposal to convince your sponsor, your potential sponsor, that you and your team are capable, more than capable in conducting the research. How? By providing them these details. You actually inform them who are your team members and what are their responsibilities, what are their expertise and what are their responsibilities. So that they know that they can trust you because they know that these people, the team members are capable. They know what they are doing. Everyone is clear with their responsibility. So easy. So this is just an example. Okay. Milestone. Milestone is also important. You need to inform your supervisor, your sponsor, what are you going to deliver and when are you going to deliver it. So this is the way that the sponsors, one of the sponsors wants it, so I just follow. Want a literature review report? When? Okay. So there is time. This one, they just want us to map milestone and objective. So of course, we have a timeline. Like for example, here in this Gantt chart, we already mentioned when we would inform, when we submit those things. Report writing ongoing. So here I'm writing, informing them what is going on. So you put your milestone, and which objective you are fulfilling actually. This is good. Okay, before I go to this, so any question? Ask you to do this after this, so I have to show you. So any questions? No questions? Okay, we come to the last 3 slides of the day from me. Not to forget about activation report and conducting. It is good if you can include this paragraph also in your proposal to show to your sponsors that you are a responsible researcher. You know what is needed and what you must do in conducting the research. So you are actually complying to the research ethics requirement. So the basic research ethic, I think everyone knows that you for every research instrument that you develop, you must go through the validation process. It must be formed as evidence. You're going to attach that evidence saying that the the expert has validated your instruments, and so you attach it. Then what? Then so it is good that you ask a proper expert to validate your research instrument, not friends. I know friends wants to help friends, but we are being professional. Yeah? You are protecting his interest, and you also protecting your interest, especially if you are young, early in your research career. You have 20, 30 years to go, so don't jeopardize that. So just appoint a proper expert to validate your research instrument. This is important. If they validate it, if it is correct, then you'll be getting a right information. Then your research output would be correct. If friends, they just want to please you, not necessarily, doesn't guarantee that the question is correct. So when the question is not correct or not certain, then the data that you collect wouldn't meet the quality standard. Okay, and then you must protect the confidentiality of the source of information. So you always identify them as A, B, C, D, E. PJ1, PJ2, PJ3. It's up to you how you want to code them, but you are not going to reveal who are they. You must inform them when you go for an interview or you go for focus group discussion. You must inform before you start the focus group discussion, before you start the interview. Say that the data that they're getting from you, no one else know, because you're going to convert their names into coding. Only you know. And then no one else knows. And then, if you want to record the interview session, always ask for permission and consent. Finding, you also need to declare whether the finding is going to be open to all, or is it going to be limited, or none at all. Depends on your sponsor. And then, again, all materials generated, data generated from your research belongs to your sponsor. Even if you want to write an article, you want to publish in the journal, you need to ask from their permission. If not, they can take actions against you, because it's actually their property. So be careful. Even though you are the one who did the research for them, but because it belongs to, they sponsored the research. So every data, every result that come up from that research belongs to them. So you ask for their permission. And then the intellectual property. Yes. Acknowledge is one thing. Asking permission is you must. Once they have given you the permission, when you write the article, in the article you acknowledge their role as a sponsor. If they say no, then no. I have two research that I have done. Because it involves the security of Malaysia, I cannot write any article at all. I can't even write about research methodology. I thought that, never mind, if I cannot write about the findings, it's okay. Can I write something about the research methodology? No. 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 When they say no, okay, no. Otherwise, they can take actions against you. You might say that, never mind, they wouldn't know. No one would know. Who would know? Because there are thousands and thousands of publications out there, but you are taking a risk. Sometime, somewhere in the future, somebody might come across and they might report it back to the sponsors and you will get it. So, thank you for highlighting about acknowledgement. I forgot to write about that. So get their consent, and if you get the consent, don't forget to acknowledge them as sponsors of this research. If they say no, then end of the day, move on. Okay, intellectual property, same like the data just now, same like the finding. Any kind of intellectual property generated by this research, from this research, belong to the sponsors. You don't get anything except that you get the copyright as the writer or the author of the report. That's all. But you don't own the IP. IP belongs to the sponsor. You must remember. And then, one thing also, this is application for access and use of data. This is only applicable when you are dealing with certain types of agency. You need to. And then you must make sure that you comply with the data privacy and human rights law locally. If you are doing an international research, then this one is very important. I have, and then, okay, let's just explain, I just share, just to share an experience. Before I came here, I was asked by my university to help them because my university was facing a legal suit from European Union. Why? Because one of the researchers, in their research proposal, they said that they wanted to buy something else in the budget. They said they wanted to buy a service, or is it a system? I can't remember. System. And then what actually happened? The grant was awarded by EU, European Union, Erasmus. I think we have heard about Erasmus. Yeah? And then, in reality, so what did the researcher did? Yeah? Instead of buying the system, they buy a laptop. And then the sponsors found out about that, and they immediately terminated the research. And then what did they say? My university has to compensate them double the research award, the research grant. They granted us for 2 million, so we have to pay them 4 million. And then there was punitive amount. So all in all, we have to pay about 6 million. So that's why my university asked me, how can we avoid this? What should we do? I said that let me go to Kenya first, and I come back from Kenya. I will tell you what would be the best solution to do. So be careful, because of our mistake. One mistake by the researcher. Instead of buying the system, they buy something else, and the sponsor find out. The contract, the research was terminated, not because of the quality or research, but because you breached the contract. So careful. This one, international sponsors are very strict. I like getting grants from them, but the disadvantage is that they are very strict. You have to follow. But if you can follow, then you become a better person actually. So right, and then okay. This is also, I think all of you know about this. I don't have to pay so much attention on this topic. If it's involved juvenile or children, those who are below 18, then you must remember you need to ask if you are interviewing them or getting data from them. Don't forget to get consent from their parents or their guardian. Even if you want to take pictures, their pictures, you must ask permission also, because that is privacy. Yeah? So, and then you must remember when you're working with children, they have the right, they have the priority right to withdraw from giving information. They can stop anytime. Yeah? And then if you are dealing with the smaller the children are, the more frequent the intermittent stop would happen. Because after asking them 2 minutes, 2 questions, you need to give them time to play. So that is research involving children. And then if you are involving patient or medical records, so you have to go through this. In Malaysia, you have to go through so many committees. I can only talk about Malaysian experience. I do not know about Kenya, whether Kenya has the same committee, or maybe you have same committee but different name, same function. But in Malaysia, they have this. So I have to go this. They have to make the application and then wait for their call. They will call you to present and justify, and then wait again for their decision. I have one research. It took about 7 months for their consent. We cry. 7 months of doing nothing, because we waited for 7 months. Yeah? So in the meantime, what do? We do something else. But we cannot do, because they are the main data collection. They are the main people who are going to give us the data. So we try. And after that, I told my team, don't ever don't ever apply research grant that involves medical. It's so tiring, because you don't do anything for 7 months. Eh? So okay. So yes, supporting letters and justification. Yes, be prepared for rejection. adjustment to proposal question, and possibility a long wait. That's what happened to me. 7 months. I was about to give up. Okay, animals, the same. I do not know whether they have in Kenya. Do we have fish also? National Ethics and Animal Rights Committee? Yes, we have. If you have, you go through. If you don't know, you ask around first. So the same drill. And then you have to sign a letter of undertaking that you are not going to cause cruelty to this animal. You can, if you want to do the experiment, you can only do to certain allowable species only. Like guinea pig can. Others I don't know. Okay. Okay. This one I think is normal, you know, but this one is new. You can see that biotechnology is more serious. So you can see that how many committees that we have to go through. We have to go through one by one. At organization, meaning that at university level, we have to go through the bioethics, genes or GMO committee. University has to set up because now biotechnology, if you are doing research in biotechnology, you need to have. If you don't have, your data can be, it's not credible. And then we have to go through organization, meaning that university biosafety committee, and then we go through bioethics committee, national biosecurity committee, national biosecurity committee. One after another. You have to show proof. When you go to this, like for example, when you go to National Biosafety Committee, they are the last committee that you are going to present your case. They will ask you, do you have the Biosecurity Committee consent? Yes, show us. Show us the consent letter. Show us the certificate. Show us that. If you don't have, then don't go. Don't waste your time. And then, biotechnology, this is for the safety of, this is because of the nature of biotechnology, because people use, because people like Australia, they wanted to protect their agriculture and their industry. So they are afraid that your research might cause a cross-gene contamination. So they want to protect that. You have to do. So biosecurity is almost the same. These are the for research. They want to avoid that people, unscrupulous people doing research and then use the research for bioterrorism. So you have to avoid it. So you can see that here it's become more serious. Because here it's just involving National Biosafety Committee. But what's so different about biosecurity? Yes, they have Bio Defense Committee. I do not know about Kenya, but in Malaysia we rarely involve military in our work. But for Bio Defense Committee, one of the committee members are people from the military, Ministry of Defense. Scary. So it's more serious. And then, okay, another committee here, this is more serious. I do not know about this one. Are you familiar about dual-use technology? I mentioned to you on the first day, like I said that a knife is used for a knife, but a knife also can become a murder weapon. So this is actually something new, not really new. United Nations has started this back in after 9/11 incident. So they come out with United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540, mandated all member countries of United Nations, we must put legal sanction to stop this kind of thing from happening. So as a researcher, academician, we do research in this. If you are doing research involving world use technology, then you have to go through this committee. Okay? So you can see that not only involving National Defense Committee, but you have to get license from relevant ministry. In this case, in Malaysia, the ministries involved are Ministry of International Trade and Industry, because world use is about exporting those things. So, okay, this is the last. Okay, and then you have to go through custom. You need to get license from the custom department, immigration, Homeland Ministry. So sometimes that's why people don't want to take a very serious topic, because it involves a lot of job. But if you do research in this, research is challenging and it is fulfilling once you completed it. Yeah? And then again, the rest is the same. You prepare close monitoring, and then you have to write. They would ask you to write sign a letter of undertaking, each and every of your team member. In Malaysia, that's what happened. And then they put close monitoring on you. right? And then you have to submit the report, research report to them. So in this case, I have to prepare about 25 copies of report because I have to give to all these people. So imagine the cost for printing. If it's 200 pages times 25, colored printing. So imagine how much. Yeah? So this is important because I just want to highlight the drill is the same, but you need to go through this. These are the difficult ones. But this is something that you need to go because you need to attach it in your report as an appendix. They want to see it. Yeah? Okay. Any more questions? Done. I'm done here.
So which one? What's this? If I'm using a knife.
This is okay. This is involving technology. Technology like drone technology, satellite. Like surveyors, they prepare map. When surveyors prepare map, they have very innocent intention to guide us to navigate our journey. But little did they know that some terrorists would use the navigation to send drone or to send missiles. So they have to go through this.
Yeah, but I think for dual-use technologies, bioorganisms, there are many issues, and that is really a whole set of training separately. But under the ethics, you need to know that, and I would actually suggest everybody to search on the internet and see how much there is available and what are the issues that are prevalent around the world. That will then help you, and every institution also has, officially they are supposed to have a committee. When you write a proposal, that also goes to that, through that scrutiny committee. So now we move to the next. Ashkan, thank you. Okay. Okay, Madam Professor Dorothy.
Thank you very much. We are not doing very well in terms of time. So you'll allow me to be the timekeeper. Yes. Can you thank our presenter for doing an excellent job? If you've forgotten anything that she has said, please, please, please don't forget about designing a robust research proposal, designing the methodology. You've been taken through the different types of research. You've been taken through having a realistic work plan, how to come up with the ethical requirements that range from medical, animal, children, biosafety and biosecurity, and issues of dual-use technology. So at this moment, we are privileged that we are going to have our next presenter. Our next presenter will be talking to us about budgeting and resource planning. And we'll be looking at the different best practices, managing of a research project, and I think we can appreciate him as he comes. Thank you very much, and that is Dr. Daniel Nyanganyura.
Thank you so much. Yes, we have been talking since yesterday about how to come up with the proposal. A proposal that can be funded, a proposal that can be implemented. Yes, you can write a very good proposal, but the make and break is on the budget. The make and break is on how do you monitor the progress of the implementation of the proposal that was well defined and produced. Now, I will talk about two things: the budget, and I will look at we'll look at in the budget. We also look at the project management. I will look also into the importance of monitoring, evaluation, and learning. How they are important to be part of the proposal. Now, you realize that when you have got your proposal that is well written, but the success of the implementation is on the budget. I have reviewed a couple of proposals. That's where we fall. Most of us fall on the budget. Is it clearly justified? Is it aligned with what the funder says should be in the budget? You look at the different funders, they have different specifications, they've got different requirements, they've got different restrictions. Before you sit down and do your calculation and do your estimates, you need to understand who the funder is. Understand the funding guidelines. When you get a call from Belmont Forum that's going to come in the next few weeks, months, look at the requirement. Please take time to look at the guidelines of the funder. Because you realize that there's a core limit. They'll say this amount is only 400,000 shillings. And then your budget should not be above 100,000. And you should avoid making it exactly 100,000. Okay? So these are things you need to look into, and look into what is supposed to be covered. But sometimes you lose you've got a very good proposal. Most of the funders, when they start looking at who has got the highest bid. Okay? They don't even look at who has written it well, who has got highest bid. So you are 170,000 shillings, and somebody has got 169,999 shillings, you lose it. So make sure that when you are looking at your budget, also refer to the funding, and also when you are preparing the budget for a project. I know we all come from institutions. We have got financial management systems that are available in our institutions. Most of this funding, when it comes, it's not going to come into a private account. It goes into the institute account. And for you to develop a budget, please seek counsel from your financial managers. Please go to your procurement department, and they should be able to identify and help you to provide guidance and ensure compliance in terms of the institutional recommendation and requirements, and also against the funding agents. So as we look in the budget, please be mindful of what the funders' requirements are, and also look into the requirements of your institution and build your budget around that. Now, when you have this in mind, we have got activities which we have proposed in our proposal. We need to develop a work plan. We need to cost that work plan. So make sure that those activities you said are going to be done in the proposal we discussed before. We should have work packages. Work packages, we look at activities which you are going to do in that proposal, in that project. Now, and then look at now costing each of these work packages in line with the activities of the project which will fulfill the objectives you have described. Now, when you do that, please make sure that the figures you put there are realistic. You don't thumbs-up figures. They should be feasible. You don't take a flight from Kisumu to Nairobi and beg for 1,000 US dollars. They should have some sense. So when you are doing this, please, when you are making the cost estimates, check with, if it's flights, check with the flights. If it's accommodation, check with the booking.com. Your figures should be around that. So when they check these figures, they also go to the flight and say, will the flight from here to Addis Ababa cost the same amount? So we are looking at the feasibility. And then look at you outline the project, list all the activities, and don't forget, to list the activities of your partners. Remember, we said we have got partners. We want to develop this as a collaborative a project. When you list the work packages, this university is going to do this, this is going to do this. So those packages are listed there and are quantified and costed accordingly. And when you are doing that, you also look into the items which you can quantify, depending on the requirement of the fund. The issues I'm going to discuss here are not all going to be in all the projects you are going to sponsor. But as you look in the project, and if your proposal requires that the PI and the co-PIs receive a salary or a wage, please cost it in there. Ensure that it is in line with what is available in your country. If the salary of a director in Kenya, salary of a director in the US, they are different. If there is an opportunity, please make sure that if they are compensated, the people are going to take part, please, let's put that. And make sure that if there is a salary, the benefits we normally forget. There are also these benefits, the insurance, the retirement, and all this. They must also be captured in the budget if the call has got the personnel costs. Now, sometimes you will have a project which will require you to purchase equipment, to rent equipment, to rent a specific lab. Please cost that in there. So you must make sure that whatever you do is costed. Otherwise, you will find out that you want to use an instrument and the instrument is not there, but you know, where is it now? In South Africa, can I now go there? The travel, the hiring, and other things, they should be part of that. I had an opportunity yesterday while we were still have some time here. I visited this university. They've got high state-of-the-art laboratory equipment, new, if you didn't know. You can talk to the people from here, they will tell you. But who knows about it? How can we use that? Do we have a database of equipment in the universities in Kenya? That will help us to do the costing around this. And then you don't forget when you are doing, there are also these consumables. She mentioned about the printing. Sometimes we forget about that, about costing those things. The reagents, the chemicals we're going to use the process. Make sure that they're all costed. Don't leave everything for chance. Yes, the university is going to provide some in-kind support, but the supplies and the office supplies, the field supplies and office supplies should also be costed. Now, something you also want to cost there is you are going to have the proposal. You are going to implement it. But you need to present the results in a conference, during a certain workshop. Let it also be costed. If this is part of the requirements, let it be costed. When you do that, don't forget to make sure that you can also, because the daily allowance, the travel insurance, the incidental, if these are covered within the requirements of the course. So all this depends on the requirements for the course. But now, you also, in your proposal, would want to organize a workshop. Please ensure that the first thing you should consider the number of participants. And then from there, you can put the accommodation. And I don't want you to forget to put the travel insurance. When you are costing this in your proposal, please don't forget the travel insurance, the health insurance when you travel. Sometimes we forget about it. It's good. Everything goes well. You go home. But if something happens when you are away, you as the organizer of that trip, then you will be liable. So in the course, please inform that we do the cost. Now, sometimes you saw that I might not be able to do the work. You can engage some consultants. It is, but sometimes if you're organizing a workshop and you want to engage the conference events organizers, you want somebody to assist you in analyzing some data, to run something for you, then you must also make sure that you involve the external people or entities which are not part of your team. We had a project that has been running, funded by National Research Foundation South Africa, NRF South Africa, and it was about COVID. Now, money is sent to MUT, and through the processes, MUT said, no, I'm taking 6% of it. Okay? And then, or something they say 10% as admin fees. And in your budget, you will run everything to the cent and saying the investor taking anything, and they're taking 10%. Already you are off budget. Ensure that you also cost those indirect costs in the budget. Otherwise, you offset it. And then there are some additional direct costs. We are going to publish something as an output from this project. I'm going to publish it in Nature. But when you take your manuscript there, they will want $6,000 US. They want you to publish there in this high impact journal. There's a cost. Let's include that. You want to have something which the society would want to do, but you've done everything in English, but you want to translate to Swahili. The cost for translation. Let's look into that. So don't take anything for granted because you will have to bear the cost. Now, some things we have to remember when we are doing a budget. We mentioned them. Don't forget to mention the in-kind support you will get from the institutions and from the partner institutions, the in-kind support. You can quantify it. Okay? So we need that. It has to be. And then you should also plan for contingent plan. Like they said, okay, you know, this project ran for 3 years. Okay? The budget for the first year is 100,000. The next year, let's put in as inflation. So it's the budget for first year, second year, third year should not be the same, but they should be in line with the inflation around your space. Otherwise, you will go off budget. Most people use 10% to cover these additional expenses. I want us to, I know we all use Excel. When you are doing your budget, the old people, I think they were doing it in the calculator and writing everything. But now, you have got Excel. You can link these activities, you can add this part to this, and add that part to this, and then you get a summary somewhere, and this summary will help you to get a budget. If you say the workshop is going to be for 30 people, and you do all the costing, and you see, it's going to be too expensive, make sure that you can only change one thing. 30, you change 30 to 25, and it recalculates everything. It will be easy for us. You use the spreadsheet, and use to calculate there's some software packages, but I think the best which is available for us is Excel. So when you are doing a budget, make sure that you have these formulas linked. Different spreadsheet or in the same spreadsheet, but you should be able to make sure that when you change one thing, it will be able to adjust the whole budget for you. And that's, I was going to show that, but I think we can do it later. For budget accuracy, please have a relationship with the finance department. They can help you to pick some errors you don't see. Have somebody who is not you or the team to look in the budget. We are running some projects that has been prepared 2 years ago, and people did not put attention to detail at some point. And we under budgeted most of the things. Now we have to go back now. Luckily, we can do cost adjustment. We talk to this one, we talk to this one. But the most important thing, make sure that there are no errors in your budget. The figures should talk to what you want to do. Now, there must be time estimates. When you are having a budget, it's not. I saw there was Gantt chart which was presented in the last presentation. Yes, the budget should be aligned with those activities as they are planned in the time frames and what are the resources allocation during this time, these different times. And you look at the ethics and the transparency that was discussed earlier. We look at the review. And so what you need to, when you please put in there that you can, the review budget, the review of the budget. The budget should be reviewed as you go with the proposal. Sometimes you might want to move funds between the different activities. So you can do that after a review and explain to the donor that no, we are no longer having a meeting of 40 people. We are having 30 because we had sent our postdoc or our PhD student or master student to Australia for a meeting. Sometimes we need a follow-up. You must be prepared for follow-up questions with the funder. You submit a proposal. Say, okay, we want to look into the. We like your proposal, but can we talk? Be prepared. When they want to talk, sometimes they might want to ask you to justify some figures. They might want even to tell you, I think in this kind of proposal you have made something. So be prepared to do that. In your budget, you have a sustainability plan. After the 3 years of the implementation, what next? Most of the funders, they would want to see how their funds can regenerate after the end of the call. Please put in there the sustainability plan. How do you intend to sustain this? Even sometimes the funders say, don't get any other money to support our project. But if they don't say that, please put a plan to get extra funding and consider what you get from the grant as seed funding. And that should be part of the sustainability plan of the project. Most of like we were talking about yesterday, our funding is reactive, and it comes in with a project maximum 5 years. The funds dries up, everything goes down. The report goes to the shelves, the researcher goes to the lecture room, and the students are moving somewhere. But what's the plan going forward after these funds have? And sometimes this is very important for the funder to say, we are going to make a difference. Now, okay, any questions about, before we go to the project management, any questions on the funding or additions? Any questions on the fund, on the budget? Prof, you want to add something? One question, yeah.
You talked about 10% of contingencies, but many funding agencies might have a certain cap on the cost for equipment. Many times it's 15 to 20% of total cost, not more than that. If you put for equipment, then there are chances of, not getting support. So your comment on that?
Yes. You want to comment on this? Okay. Okay. So on that, some funders don't even consider it. They will tell you, we are not giving you that 10% for the university. So when you are doing your proposal, ensure that you also have in some way in a hidden cost for that. Otherwise, you have a problem with the university. But you must also look into what the funders would say are the requirements. Is it part of that? If it's so, then what the percentage?
Okay, thank you. One of my proposals was rejected last year. When yes, the proposal was rejected. We did not show that in the budget that 70% of women will benefit. So they said there was no indication in your budget that because we said that 70% of the beneficiaries will be women. But where is it in the budget? How do you qualify? You have to quantify, to show that in your budgeting, this amount of money will benefit 70% of that. So it's something to consider.
Thank you. I think that depends also on the funder specification. Yes. They will tell you, we want social scientists. We want gender issues to be reflected. And remember, gender now is more than 2. They would want that. And then they would say, we would want a young scientist as part of the team. How many are there? So all this, or they also say, how the geographical spread of the research team. So I think when you are doing whatever you're doing, make sure that you look at the funders' requirements, and then you build your research or your budget around that. Prof, you want to add?
I just want to clarify that the benefit is not necessarily in terms of cash or money that the beneficiaries will get, but the outcomes can be utilized by whatever community or industry. So in terms of that is also beneficiary, not necessarily the money. Just to add on, clarify on what he said. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. There's a hand there.
Thank you, Doc. My question is, at times you'll find that they tell you that the bottom line is that now after the budgeting process, now post-award, the suite or the continuation of the project should be hassle-free. And you are talking of a sustainability plan, which now requires maybe funding from another source. So I don't know how the two can blend together into one budgeting process that then the funder can see need maybe to continue with you after post-award.
Okay. So you are applying for a proposal that says we can offer you 100,000 euros, okay? But your university can look at this, this is very good, we can give you 50,000 more, okay? And then your budget is that 100,000 plus 50,000 from the university, and that's your budget. And then they see that there is interest within the funding institutions around. Now you can also go to NRF and say, but NRF, I need this fund. But my project, my development project is 150. Now I got from the university 15,000. Can you give me 30,000, 35,000 more? Now, then the funder will say that we give you 100,000. But from your institution and your ecosystem, your environment, you can raise 50,000. Already, that means when they cut off the 100,000, these other 50,000 can still be guaranteed, depend on the output of the project. So when you build in, please try to get extra funding to support it, to complement that as part of the proposal. So that when people look at it, they don't only see it's them who is funding this project, but also there are people within the hoods of the researcher who can support it, and these people can still continue with this after our fund. I don't know whether.
If your question is whether you want to mention in that proposal that after this funding is exhausted, I would be applying to such and such organization. I think that is not required to be written in the proposal, but the plan as to after this, what will you be doing? Keep in mind that your bigger goal is not to have a project, but to answer an issue, a problem in the society. So for that, how are you going to move further beyond this project period and money? That's the idea of a sustainability plan. Isn't it, Daniel? Yeah.
And they should.
And I think, many agencies might be very sensitive. So you don't necessarily put the name until and unless you have an assurance, something in writing from them that such and such agency will add on something beyond that project. Thank you.
I've reviewed a couple of projects where they require commitment from the host institution. There's a requirement that if you don't have commitment from the host institution, you aren't going to get it.
Or the assurance from the beneficiaries.
Yes.
The industry partners.
Yes.
They will take up.
Okay. So it's something we have to, let's think about it. Let's not focus on the limit of the call. Let's focus on more than the limit and look for funding. And that will then build in the sustainability. And you can also, I don't know what project you'll be doing, if you can factor in the entrepreneurship, the product and everything, and the patents that were discussed, I think it's part of the things we can consider. Yes, there's a hand here.
Yeah, still on the limit, you said that supposing the funder or the call requires that the budget is 100 euros, and you've advised us that our budget must not just hit that 100 euros. Is there a guideline on the extent to which you can budget, as even you look for other funding elsewhere? Do you do up to 95%, 98%, or what?
Okay, I was just saying it's not advisable, but I didn't say you can't do it. It depends on your budget. If you think that you really need 100,000 euros on the dot, let it be. But I was saying it's not very advisable because you are thinking around this figure, okay? But then if you factor in the funds you can get from the institution, from the NRF, from the recipients of the end product, and it's above that, and you said, oh, this I've got 100, you need 100 million, and the other 50 I'll get it from these sources. That's acceptable. But we want to avoid a situation where you are saying my project depends on you. Let's take that out if we can in our budget. Okay. Yes.
If you have ensured some support beforehand and you built in the proposal, that might strengthen your chances of winning that proposal.
Yes. There's a hand here. Let's see, take this and then.
Yeah, I have two concerns. There is the one you've mentioned about where the funder asks the institution to commit almost 30% of the total cost of the project. How do we go about that?
Sorry? The funder too?
They say the institution has to contribute 30% of the cost, for example. And most of these institutions, I can say we are struggling, so there is no money set apart for that.
Okay.
And the other thing is about the institutions require some 10% for what is referred to as service charges.
The handling fee, yeah.
But then the donor organization may say you are not going to pay that 10%. So is there a way how you can do your budget to make sure that you are balancing on both sides?
Okay. Thank you so much. The first one about the institution commitment. There's no figure. I don't think I did. I think it was a mistake. Normally they don't put a figure. Okay? Sometimes they would, but normally they would not. But how can you go around it? Remember, there are personal costs. Okay? We mentioned in the beginning. And you know the person who is managing this is not going to get the personal costs, but the person is using university time. And this is the equivalent of the university time the person is using. I think that can also be part of how do we then find a contribution from the, so let's factor in these things. The people who are doing the project, who are managing the project, director and other people, they are part of a university and they're receiving salary from the university. But they're using their time to do the project. And then you can cost that time as part of the in-kind support from the university. And the other 10% of the service handling fee, which will be required by university, unfortunately the university would want it. The university, I don't know, maybe they'll be different, but most universities will say we are taking 10 to 15% or so. But how do you do it? When you factor into your budget, there are those incidental costs. They are not really specified. We can take it from there. And that your budget should be, you have in mind that I really want to have a project which is going to have a workshop for 30 people, and this is the amount, but you can reduce that to cover 25, and then whatever you get, you find a way in your budget to move funds so that you can cover that in the budget. Yes. Mike?
Such donors will give you a reporting template that is so stringent. Every expenditure you have even to scan the receipt and tabulate why you spent the money, who you paid the money, how much, and things like that. So you cannot maneuver.
Okay. I don't know how the report template will be, but if it's that strict, I don't know how we can handle it. Prof. Crispin, you want to assist us? The donor doesn't want to pay, the university wants the money. Yeah. And you want your project to happen. How do you do it? Yes.
Okay, I had a similar situation. The funder said no overheads. Yes, and the university said this is our money. So I went back to the donor and asked, by the way, ask the donor, you tell them, this is the situation in our university. What do we do? So the donor told me, put it as laboratory charges, okay? That the university would charge for laboratory space, okay? So this money goes to the university, not as overhead, but as laboratory charges, so that they are charging you to use the space within the university, and that was accepted. So in other words, find the terms that the donors accept. Yes. And I will give you another example. I wanted I was organizing a conference, and I wanted participants to go for dinner dance. Okay? Dancing. I don't know, by the way, whether we'll go for dance. But, so the donor said, we cannot support dancing. Okay? But one of the funders was coming, and I asked him, now what do I do? He said, no, put it as evening cultural exchange activity.
They said, yes, we support cultural exchange activities.
Thank you, Prof. So there's always, the universities always want the money. Find a way of getting that in your budget. Thank you so much, Prof.
Yes.
And then there was
I think I mentioned earlier on the word capsulating. So how you capsule your words. But yes, there are agencies which do not call themselves as funders or the funding agency. They say we are a research supporting agency. And the argument is that you are being paid by your institution, you have a salary. This, we only provide you an additional support to be active and to help your students as well as help your society. Therefore, this is support that we are already providing to your, not only you, but your institution, and therefore no overheads. But yes, as he said, cultural activities, we used to have a problem, particularly in biotechnology projects. When Daniel, this new biotechnological issues started, the donor agency, research supporting agency, Pakistan Science Foundation would say that we will not provide air conditioners. So the term came in, the climate control unit. It is air conditioner, but the climate control unit. Because for the lab you need that control, otherwise your cultures, your material will be wasted. And everybody had air conditioners in their labs. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think what we need to do is when you are crafting your budget, you must know what the funder needs and doesn't need. And make sure that whatever you can, please find a way of getting that in one way or the other. That's what we are getting here. There's a hand here.
Actually, before submitting the proposal, you should find out what that agency is really allowing, what you have already explained.
Yeah, yes.
So that you don't have to balance.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you for that very wonderful eye-opening presentation. Now, at times, this does not happen in my university, but I know in other universities, we source for funds. They are brought into the university. When you go ask for money for an activity, you are told there's no money. What do you do? Now, you've given us also a scenario whereby the university can say that they are providing this on top of, to support the exercise. Now, if I have a budget that goes beyond what the donor is giving, but some of that money is being supported by my university, will my proposal be rejected?
Okay, I'll start with the first one was the funds come to the university and they sink in a hole. The university is liable. The university is liable. The funder will come and find, they need their money. Somehow, there will be some legal issues. The university should know that there are legal implications for that. When the funds come for a particular item, they should be for that particular item and not for buying other things for the university. They can get their overheads, but that one is illegal implications. I'm not sure about how that can be handled, but the donor will come and request that money from the university to go back to the donor. That's the only way. Okay.
I have examples of actually recovering money from people's pension fund. That if somebody finished the project but did not really justify when audit took place, it was discovered that there was some foul play and the person had retired. We got to his high up authority and we recovered that money from his pension fund. So this cannot happen.
Yeah, but his question was the university took the money before procurement released it to him. That's where the issue was. So the second was what? The second question was? Okay. Your budget, the limit is 100,000. Your budget is 150. You tell them, yes, this project costs 150. I just need 100 from you. The rest, I'm taking it from my NRF and from the university. It should be there. So that you don't look like you don't have enough funds to implement what you say you want to do. But it should be in there. So that you indicate the people that this is what is happening. And I have money. It's not only you. Yes. Yes. So when we have that situation, we need a letter to submit with the proposal, with a commitment from whoever partner is supporting you. You need that. You don't just put the budget or the commitment. And that should be authentic, signed and stamped. Okay? Otherwise, it won't hold. Yes.
There's different scenarios that exist. The university taking the money is not your problem, because in most cases you don't sign the grant agreement. It is the vice chancellor that signs the grant agreement. And before they sign, there are lots of things which they have to read. Actually, they use the legal officer to interpret those things for them before the vice chancellor can sign that agreement. And if they take the money, you report to the donor that the university have not given me the money. I almost did that when I got money from the Commonwealth, because they were not giving the money and time was running out and I was to go to the UK. So I threatened that I'm going to report to United Nations. Then they gave me the money. When it comes to the university taking part of the money as they call it administrative cost, you need to be very careful when we are doing budgeting. Consult, if there's no policy at the university, please consult the DVC finance. If you don't have that, consult the relevant person at the university, so that at budgeting time, you must have 10%, normally it is 10% administrative cost. You should not be caught off guard that you did not budget for anything. So, because the donors are very strict, that contingency you see there, 10%, is not the university money. That is the money that can help you when there's inflation and things like that. So, but the administrative cost must be budgeted for, but you must consult the university when you are doing budgeting. Sometimes the donors don't say anything about that, but you need to know that there could be some administrative cost and you have to factor it in your budget. Thank you.
Thank you. The moderator has whispered me that the lunch is served, but I just want to add on this. That's why we say in the beginning, when you are doing your budget, consult your finance department. They will tell you that. There was one hand here, and then can I have just two hands, okay? And then we can. Okay. Can I give this one first, and then and then you close?
Okay. I think there are many things that need to be taken into, as you have said. The other challenge that you are likely to receive is for example, you have budgeted for a vehicle, field vehicle, all right? Then within, for example, the Kenyan situation, you will definitely pay taxes. Then the donor comes and says, our money does not pay taxes. So you see, you have already procured the process. Maybe at some point they allowed you to pay the full amount, but then on monitoring, then you realize that their money does not pay taxes. What do you do?
So we are going back to the beginning. We did not read the small prints. We should read those small prints when we are signing. That's requirement. We don't want to be caught unaware by doing something we are not sure whether they or they will not. If we are not sure, let's consult them. But if it happens that we have overspent, we can move funds within our budget. But the issue is when we are actually looking at incurring costs on something which we should have known that it's not part of the costs from the insurance, from the funder. But if that happens, we have to do some management within the team. You can consult your finance department how we can do it. That's why I say you should work very closely with your finance department. Okay. Yes. Last question, and then it's a question or comment?
One is a comment, and then my question. So my comment is in terms of university not giving you money. I know there are many donor organizations that are currently blacklisting certain universities because the money is not spent. I think there's a problem. If the money is used for a different purpose, it means that your activities will be delayed. And when your activities are delayed, some of those donors can blacklist your university so that in future they cannot support your activities. Now my question is, most of the projects are supported or through foreign currency. A situation that happened in Kenya more recently. A dollar was almost 150 something. Now the dollar has become less than 130. What happens? Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't get the question. The donor? Sorry, the donor? Oh. Oh. Hey, I'm from Zimbabwe, I know that. Yes, there are really issues with that. They send you have a budget of 100,000 shillings. This is 1,000 euros, okay? By the time it comes from there to here, it's already 80. The activities they really want 130. And in that situation, we really have to then look into our projects. And we know the activities in our project are all not at the same level. There are some things we cannot do and then make a note why we not do it. We wanted 100,000, but eventually we received 80. So we were supposed to have 2 workshops, we are going to have 1. We are going to have 80 people during this trip, we are going to have 40. When we have that situation, let's look into activities. And there are some which are lesser devils than the others. We can do this we can complete the project without 1, 2, 3. Then we can do that. I think that's how we can. I don't know what any comments from colleagues. Yes. Is there a comment, not a question? Comment.
As you adjust the budget, do you have to request approval from the funder so that you're able to adjust between the items?
Again, it depends on the condition of the fund. Okay? You can adjust and then make a note when you do your regular reports. You know, sometimes I don't know what the funder said, you will report every 6 months or every year. In those regular reports, you must make those comments. It's a known fact that in our this type of side of the world, the funds are not always $100. So when you do that, please you can check with the funder how do you handle it. But normally you can just make a note to that and say we could not do this because of this. You justify why you do the project, an activity. I think it's lunchtime. We can continue this discussion.
Yes, let's appreciate Dr. Daniel. He has done well. I know we have many questions, but he's still coming back in the afternoon so that you can interact with him more. So I want to let you know that lunch is served. So we need to go for lunch. and we need to be back exactly. What is the time by your watch? 8 minutes to 1. So we'll be back here at exactly 10 minutes to 2, so that we can have an opportunity. That?
Make it 2 o'clock.
At 2 o'clock. Okay. Let's come back at 2 o'clock, and please make sure you are on time. We don't want to chase you from where you are eating from. Just be responsible and be here on time so that we can benefit more from the facilitators. Thank you, and bon appetit. etc. So I want to welcome back Dr. Daniel to continue with his presentation.
Thank you so much. It's a difficult hour, this one. We call it the graveyard shift. I hope you are not going to sleep. I've got African voice, so in a month away. Now, until this moment, we have looked at the proposal. We have developed our proposal. Now we have our budget, right? Now, this is where the rubber meets the road. The implementation part. What should we do? What's supposed to be done in the process of managing this project? We need to, this is not moving. This one. This one. So you can do for me. Okay. All right.
Check.
So, we are saying now the project is. Now the project is up and running. We've got the money. How do we manage it? We are running the project for 3 reasons. The first one is to meet our objectives. We need to meet our objectives, immediate objectives. But we also need to build a foundation for future projects of this kind. And we also need. So when we are implementing the project, next slide, when we are implementing the project, we are focusing on what should we do to fulfill, what's the strategy of management we should do to fulfill our immediate objectives? What should we do to ensure that we build collaboration, we build something we can do in the future? Remember, we're talking about sustainability of the project. Now, we have a project planning. We go back to our project and see what are our objectives. Are they clearly defined? For this, the goals, whatever we do, the reference is the objective. And then we need to develop a research plan. The methodology has been defined, the timelines, the resources, the potential impacts, the outcomes. We also talked about the budget, which is realistic. This is our first point of reference. We are looking at what we said we are going to do and how much do we have. Next slide. Remember when we were developing, we developed a team. Are all the people still there? We are starting to implement. Are all our partners still there? Are they aware of the roles they have to play? Do we cover all, do we still have all the requirements of the partners as prescribed in the initial call for proposal by the funders? Their roles and responsibilities should be clear. So we should be, as we implement, everyone should know their position. We have all our ducks in a row. Everybody knows what we should do. Then we should always maintain regular communication between the team members. Sometimes we fail here. Where we said we are a team, Murang'a team is running on its own, Tuk team is running on its own, Nairobi, Maseno, there. So where is this? We should have someone who is going to always continue to make sure that we get the team together. While the team is working, there are a number of things we have to manage. One of them is time. You have to manage. Let's put a strategy. Let's create comprehensive timelines. I saw we have got our Gantt chart there, but let's have some timelines, and each and every state, each and every partner, they know what they're supposed to be doing when. So deadlines should be deadlines. Unless it's something out of our control, our deadlines should be met. But if we compromise there, we might end up asking for the no-cost extension for a project proposal, for a project which we don't want to do. So we should know, every member of the team, every institution should know what they should be doing and when. Like we mentioned just before we go for lunch, let's give priorities. We give importance, more importance to things of importance and less importance to things of less importance. Let's focus and prioritize what is it that we have to do to achieve the objectives and the goals we have had. It's a teamwork. We can sit down, analyze what we have, what time we have, what resources and everything, and say, this one we can leave out and this one we can do later. And this one we can leave it completely. And then we adjust our time. Just the time accordingly, adjust the events accordingly. And as our project develops further, we look at the external factors, we look at the internal factors, and we manage our time. The next thing we need to do is allocate the resources. Remember, we had a budget, we've got a budget, and we need to have resources allocations. The equipment we need, the material we need, the human capacity which should be available in the respective team. So we should look at this as the different stages of the project. And we allocate the resources, the financial resources as in our budget, we allocate them. The most important thing about the financial part is, please monitor your budget so that you don't overspend and you don't underspend. The consequences are the same. Sometimes people think that only budget is to make sure that we don't overspend. We should also make sure that we don't underspend. So let's have regular internal reports from each of the partners. We allocate the budget to this one, you tell us what you have done. If you haven't done anything, tell us. But we should also remember that we are doing this. We can do it as a team. But remember, this budget is managed by the institution. Sometimes the institution gives us the financial, the grant management system or the fund management system. They don't give you the report when you want it. They'll give you maybe after 6 months or so, or after 2 months. But we have our internal report which can also guide us to focus and make projections. Now, there are always risks in a project. We need to look into what are the risks and how can we manage them. We should identify those risks. They can either be technical, the equipment does not work, might not work, financial, operational. There's a rule says that if something can happen, then it will. There's something's not going to work there properly. So let's manage let's have a process of managing technical risks, financial risks, operational. We can have a number of people who can tell us experience about this. But I want to tell you that you must have a red team. A red team are those people, is an individual, two or individual or more who will be looking into a project and say, there's something which might go wrong, something's going wrong there. We need somebody who can help us to continue monitor our system and identify the red flags. And when we have that, we should also have a strategy to mitigate them. Have a strategy to mitigate your risks. We can then have a continuous monitoring. We are going to talk about this in the next session. Monitoring of the whole process and ensure that we have an eye on the new risks and we manage the old ones. The data management. When we are collecting data, when we are working on storing our data, when we are analyzing our data, we need to manage that process. We need to have people with expertise to work on that. Let's ensure that we have a proper and secure place to store our data. We can lose our data. After doing all the work and analysis, the collection of data, raw data, and you put it in a hard drive, and you drop it, that's it. So find a way of securing your data, and we have in our methodology, what we have said are robust techniques to analyze our data. As we do the data analysis, let's always remember what we said we were going to do. If we change the methodology and we change the strategy, let's record that. We have changed this because of this, and we are doing this because of that. So we are looking at how do we collect our data, how do you store your data, and how do you analyze your data. In terms of data storage, now there is the cloud. The cloud system, I think, is one of the secure places to do. You collect your data, you put it there, you lose your computer, you can go back and just give me another computer. Then you can continue from where you left. This has been discussed before. The data we've collected, what's quality? The quality control, the standard and the protocols. And they should fit in the field of study, the nature of the research, regulatory frameworks, and also the ethical considerations that we discussed in the morning. Ethics, safety protocol, data management protocol, quality assurance, regulatory. So are we covering that? So we should have a mechanism to ensure that we are aligning our activities so that we are complying with the protocols, with our requirements, and the standards, as we said in our proposal. When you are implementing and managing your project, your baseline is what you said you were going to do. If you see that you are not going to do what you said you were going to do, it's part of the research. If you are changing your strategy, please engage the funder. If there's a big change in the focus of the project, as you monitor it, engage the funder and say, no, we are no longer going this project, this objective, but we want to do this objective and this activity. We will be able to get that. So you have regular review and we have feedback. So in this process of implementation, project management, review, monitoring, review, evaluation, and feedback are very crucial. We don't just do without looking at. So have we done what we said we were going to do? And are we going to focus on things what we said we were going to do? Now, remember when we said at the beginning, we have got partners, but there are stakeholders who are interested in our work. The stakeholders who are interested in the implementation of a project. Do we keep them updated? One of the main stakeholders are the funders. They should always know where your project is, how far it is, what challenges are you facing, what constraints are you getting. It's always important. The funders are very flexible, most of them, especially if you justify what you are doing. So in the management, so you must keep your stakeholders, but we've identified them already in the proposal. Now we just want to communicate with them and give them feedback. It's very important to always ensure that your stakeholders know what you are doing. Your stakeholders know your successes and your challenges. This was discussed in the morning. The regulatory compliance. Remember, we talked about the ethical requirements, the legal requirements, and we talk about monitoring and documentation. Let's maybe talk about the documentation part. What the compliance in terms of how do you document? When you publish your article, what was the requirement from the funder? How do you acknowledge them? How do you acknowledge the stakeholders? So that we don't appear like we are then building our feathers on our nests with other birds' feathers. So we need to be compliant, to know the regulatory requirements and be compliant, understand them, and do some monitoring and then be compliant. It's important always remember the things we need to do to remember the requirement from the funder. It's very important. And this will all define all these other things. When your project is done, please prepare for a closure. Prepare to close your project. It's very important. This is the time when you bring the funders in. This is the time when you bring the stakeholders in. This is the time that you bring the management of your institution in. This is where you bring your partners together. And then you showcase what you've done. You produce reports, you show the people and stakeholders, this is what they've produced. It's part of the management of the implementation process. And there is monitoring, evaluation, and learning, where we reflect on what were the successes, what were the obstacles we met, the challenges, what could have gone wrong, what could have gone right. We talk about the monitoring, evaluation, and learning in the next slide. But let's talk comments on the project's management. I know you guys, there's a hand there. There's a hand here.
Sorry, I just had two issues that I would have liked some clarification on, Doc. One on risk management. Now, as prudent as you said we should be with the travel insurance, I was wondering if there was a way in which you could ensure the project is still in the development stage, and how would we go about that? Then secondly, on data management, there's someone that talked about patenting. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? And you said you would mention something to do with that. Patenting.
Yeah. Okay, the first one is on risk management. Yes. Normally, the insurance of the whole project is not, I don't think it's covered in the requirements of the project. But you can insure the researchers who are implementing the project when they are going out of the station in the risk. I don't think we can insure the project as it is. I haven't seen that one. Maybe my colleagues or someone can assist us. Okay. So the insurance, I think we only insure individuals when they travel. Because if you get ill outside your country, and especially if you're in the Euros, it's very expensive. So you need to cover someone. The second one was it? What? Okay. In the patenting, it's part of the work you are doing. So it's part of the project's outputs. And I think the patterns are not cheap. Progress of that.
I was talking of data. Once you're done with the data collection and everything, so that now you own the data yourself, and so that someone does not, in a way, the advantage will take it away. So if you patent the ideas and the data that you had collected, if at all it is possible, so that how do you go about it, or because I'm also lost, looking for some clarification on the same.
Okay, now I see. It's about the
So
raw
this is
data.
about the ownership of data, yes?
Yeah, ownership.
Ownership of data. With the funding agency, it depends what agreement you have signed in. There are agencies who would say that because we have funded it, you can utilize it, but it belongs to us. But there are many, particularly national organizations, they would say that you are national of this organization, take it further and acknowledge the support of that funding agency. So it always varies, depends on the organization. And there have been occasions where people went for patenting also without acknowledging, and there were some internal arguments which were then tried to sort out to avoid any ill will on either side. So you have to be clearer about that, what you sign in the agreement. If there is any particular clause in the agreement, once the project is approved, the agreement is signed between two parties, and it might have a clause.
Okay, so it's about the ownership of the data. Yeah. Okay, okay. Because I was thinking of patterning of the output, the actual product. Okay, so I think that, like the Prof said, I think it depends on the initial conditions of the funder. Are they going to say it's our data? Or they just want to be acknowledged in the process? When you go and make a publication or present something, you say, no, we got this for thanks today. Yes.
I think usually if there is a call for proposal around a particular area, that's when the agency would like to have the ownership of that data which is collected. Otherwise, the research supporting organizations will not really bother. All they want is to have their own database updated with reference to justifying their expenditures to their financial authorities, let's say Ministry of Finance, that we spent this much money and this is what has been produced out of that. This many patents, this many publications, those patents have been taken up by the industry and so on. So acknowledgement is a must, but it will vary. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions around the project management? I know you've managed a project, so this is not an issue. I'm just preaching the converted. Now, yes.
I wonder, when you close the project, what do you do with the equipment and all those? Because they were actually paid up, and till the end of the project, that equipment belongs to the funding agency. And in my experience, some equipment were actually picked up back to be donated to another research institution where they were more required, or they had requested for that support, and in the original institution, they were not being used because the PI moved from that place to another organization. Now, that kind of a situations also take place. So there must be a mechanism of settling that down. And if nothing is, problematic, then that equipment you must ensure from a funding agency
that this equipment is being donated to the department that you belong to, and you have a letter from them that funding agency has donated this equipment. This helps you so that then you can bring it into the stock register in the inventory of your own institution and show up that this came from whatever source.
Thank you, Prof. Any comments? Okay. Now, if we have been talking about the project plan, project management. There were words we were using: monitoring, evaluation. In the past, it was monitoring and evaluation. And we should build this monitoring and evaluation framework in our proposal, because it will help us measure the success. It will help us to manage our projects. It will help us to adapt to the new findings and what are changes, what are happening externally. And it will support how we account to our stakeholders. The monitoring, evaluation, and learning process will measure the success of the projects and will help us to improve. For what we can do with this project is, can we have a second phase of this project? Can we upscale it? And if we do, what has to be done? Or if we can't upscale it, we are going to have another process of a project like this one. We learn how we can do it better than we have done now. So we are not just monitoring evaluation, but we are learning. As we do the implementation of the project, we are learning to sort of ensure that we can continuously improve and do better the next time. Now, there are three ways there: monitoring, there's evaluation, and the learning. Now, in monitoring, we are looking at continuous observing and tracking what we are doing. Are we in progress? Are we progressing in realizing the objectives as we planned? So we look at the budget, we look at the time, we look at the personnel. Are we still having the PIs, the PIOs moved? Let's continue to monitor the process. The person who was leading us as a partner, the lead partner in this institution, is he or she still there? Let's look at the progress, and it will allow us to detect deviation from the original plan. And then we can make sure that we make necessary adjustments as we go on so that we don't deviate much from our initial planned goals and objectives. Now, when we're evaluating, we are assessing how effective is this and how are the impacts of the project. And we determine if the objectives are met or not. Are we really following up get the objectives, the findings, the significance which were discussed yesterday? Are we really in line? We are evaluating ourselves based on are we moving forward the way we should. And then we look into a different number of things, what is working better, what's not working better. We evaluate and move forward. The last part is the learning. When we have monitored, when evaluating, are we learning anything? Is this something we can do better? It's actually forward-looking. When we are doing the learning, we are doing it just to make sure that we get our objectives, our objectives right, but also we are looking at the future. What can we do better? Continuously we promote the work we are doing and engage and continue the engagement. So the learning part of the process is a continuous process. It helps us to improve. It helps us to do better. It helps us we gain more experience and we will design better activities for this as we go the next half and also future. Now, the monetary evaluation process normally takes two parts. There's a mid-term evaluation and there's end-of-term evaluation. So when you are writing your proposal, you must prepare to do some self-evaluation. Normally, the funders will do that for you. They will bring somebody who will come and engage with you. You said you were going to do this by then. How far are you? And that's the process. But you should also build that, do the monitoring and the evaluation yourself. So when the funder comes, you can tell them. Now, I don't know what happened here, but yes. So I said the monetary evaluation process ensures the management can adapt to new findings. Go to the next one. Okay. Now, how do we then, what are essential things we should do so that we can check our progress, measure the impact, and integrate the learning into ongoing activities and future activities? We should have defined our monitoring and evaluation. What are we going to monitor? What are the objectives of this framework we are incorporating in our project? What are we assessing? What interventions, what are the accountabilities to the donor? So we are looking at aligning our mail framework with the objectives of the project and the goals of the objectives of the call. So we should look into, as we develop the framework, you should look in how can you monitor your process? You look into what tools can be used, what objective outputs, what are the impacts, and make sure that we have good indicators. And these indicators should be specific, should be measurable, should be relevant, and should be time-bound. When you're measuring them, remember we said we can do it mid-term and end-term. We should mid-term and end-term. But it's a continuous process. But we should have indicators of what we are going to achieve. But in line with the objective we have defined and the goals we have defined. And we should then capture the changes and look into how we can make these changes, we can use the changes to fulfill our project. We should have planned to monitor the process. How do we collect data? So what is that, the indicators? What data are we collecting to measure the indicators, the successes? What are the methods of collection? At what frequency are we collecting data? And what are the baseline? What's the baseline information? So that we can, and all this should be based on the objectives of the project and the original objectives of the call and the goals and the scope of the call. We should align the responsibility for monetary activities to a specific team or member of our. So there should be a team, like we had a red team, we should also have a monitoring and evaluation team. Think about it. We need people who will be part of this so they can help us to monitor the progress. Next. Next one. Okay. We have a monitoring plan. We also have an evaluation plan where we specify the types of evaluation, the formatives, the process, the impact of evaluation, what are the external factors that might contribute for or against the implementation, look at also the evaluation, how frequent should we evaluate this? But like I said, the baseline is normally mid-term and end of term, but we might want to do more than that. Depends on how long your project is. If your project is 5 years, you definitely don't want to wait for 2.5 years to do evaluation. You have to do it more frequently. And that should help us to go forward. And then we should have a learning strategy. When we get all the evaluation, how do we get feedback? How do we get feedback, and how do we send the feedback to the different stakeholders? And how do we share the knowledge? So that our team can learn, our stakeholders can learn, and as we build and contribute to the knowledge, scientific knowledge, how can the scientific community adapt this kind of processes? So we are looking at how the learning part is we have seen, we have evaluated, but what do we do now? When you are doing your budget, please put the mail process in the budget. Because you will tell them we would want to evaluate our project, and this is what we are going to do. There are different ways of doing evaluation. You might want to go and do some field work, some visits. You might want to do some survey with the stakeholders, and we should have cost. We should justify the cost effectiveness of the proposed mail activity, like we did the other projects. We always have to justify, but let's have a budget for the mail activities. If we can, it will be important. Otherwise, you can do it as a team and don't cost anything. Like I said, we should have a timeline for the activities. What's going to happen when? And when we get this, how do we fit it into the system, into the team, into the stakeholders? And the stakeholders should be engaged. We should engage our stakeholders quite often, give them feedback. The mail framework, the mail activities are for the team and for the stakeholders. This will be discussed. We should also consider the ethics and data security as part of the mail framework. So we data management and ethical consideration. So this was a sample. It's just, I was trying to put something about how you can write, but don't put just a copy. Thank you. Comments. Mail framework. Some other people it's a new. Some other people it's old. Some other people were really used the mail monitoring evaluation, but now we have the learning so that we can learn in the process, and also we can plan for the future, and we can also engage our stakeholders on what we think can be done better in the future. So I think maybe questions or comments, my professors, you want to add something before we open the floor?
Yeah, I just want to put a question to the participants as to who is this monitoring and evaluation for, and by whom? What do you think? Then you can elaborate. Why you do that, and who should do it? Can anyone say something? Nobody says anything.
There are two hands here. There's one hand here. There's one here.
But let me also say that again, it depends on the funding agency. Some would have their preset system of asking you 6 monthly reports on a given format. So that way you are actually updating them, giving them the progress. And they would have their own internal mechanism. If they want, they can come on site and monitor the progress of report. And they have their own data sheet which is confidential for the agency. But for, let's say, bigger projects, international projects, or development projects by many ministries of finance, they would always send a team which is independent for monitoring and giving them the feedback. So midterm would be also done at the end, as you already explained.
Yes. So I think just to add what the Prof says, there is hope. I want to add. Are you? Yes, I was just saying we have internal and external. So let's internal male evaluators and also external. So we should also engage. Yes.
I was just going to emphasize what Professor said. The internal and the external.
Emphasize it.
It's already said. I raised my hand before Professor talked.
Okay. All right. Okay. This was another hand here.
Thank you. I was also just going to comment on both the internal and external. The internal, as you put it clearly, basically is to track the progress, see what needs to be refined, to improve so that we keep the objectives, and also the external, if there are some impacts which are already being felt so that you can assess the extent to which the objectives are being achieved. In addition to that, maybe something I didn't get from you, you talked about formative and summative evaluation.
Somewhat?
Formative and summative evaluation process, maybe outcome evaluation. Is it part of it or it's not captured here?
So which one?
Outcome. Process evaluation, outcome evaluation.
The process of evaluation.
Are the two supposed to be there or only one? Do we have something like outcome evaluation?
Okay. We are looking at the, remember when we define our initial position, we said we have the expected outcomes are 1, 2, 3. So we need to evaluate if we achieve that. Is that the question? Yeah. Yes. But I think, what do we measure? We should find a way of measuring what we said to do. As part of the evaluation, I think we need to evaluate the outcomes as well and the impact. We said we are going to have the outputs. We are going to produce so many articles, and we are going to then, after we produce this, we are going to have something to send to the policymakers, and the outcome, the outputs, and then the outcomes, and then the impact. I think they also should be part of where we can put indicators on the mail process. But it's something we said, it's something we defined in our proposal. It's something we can measure. It's something we can assess. And say to ourselves, have we done that or have we not? I don't know whether that was the question.
But generally, the monitoring of a research project will mainly be monitoring of activity being implemented. Because the evaluation of impact is very often done for much bigger projects. And there you always have a baseline, and then you assess the impact at the end and beyond that, which is a much longer term. And it has, of course, the number of economic parameters to be assessed. So I think at this stage, my suggestion is not to be confused too much with the monitoring and evaluation, because essentially in a research project, because you planned, that has been evaluated, that has been approved, now only monitoring will be done on the activities that you planned and the outcomes or outputs that you expected. Your expected outcomes will be assessed whether they were achieved or not. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that's, we are looking into But in this process, we are monitoring ourselves. We are monitoring the process. We are monitoring the output, so that we can see if we are lagging behind. We say we're supposed to have done this according to that Gantt chart by this time. Are we really in the process? We said we're going to produce this much by this time. Is it done? And if we haven't done it, what should we do? What have we not done right? What can be done in the next phase to make sure that we have it? But the external evaluation, which normally comes with the funder, are the ones where the funder will send someone at midterm and someone at end of term at their cost. Monitoring and evaluation.
Daniel, I think we went more into evaluation and monitoring, and people are not responding because it's a pretty tough job, and there are specialists for monitoring as well for bigger projects. I think once you finish the project, the audit of the accounts is also a requirement of a funding agency, of a donor agency. So you need to have audited accounts of the project. Many agencies would have, again, their own format as to how it has been utilized, but many would say that because it's not that a huge amount of money and the project budget doesn't provide for any external audit, so they ask the institutional internal auditors to go through the accounts and endorse the statement of expenditure that you are providing.
Thank you, Prof. I'm not seeing any hands. I think this part is done. You can sleep now. Yeah, we are done. We are done.
But talking of the assessment and the evaluation, I'm sure Hasman will also ask you all by the end of today to give your assessment of this course. So that will be your chance to evaluate in a simple term how have these few days been.
There's something we are doing. There's something we are working on. We are not evaluating now. But let's continue. There are projects we are developing. Okay? Okay? I think let's continue engaging. Let's continue working. I'm telling you what they said I should not tell you. This is not in vain. It's not an exercise which you are going to do and close. It's an exercise with the potential of engagement. Because our colleagues from Malaysia, they want to know what you want to do. And then they can take that and say to other Malaysian colleagues, guys, there's this group in Africa which wants to do this, can you? And then they can link you up. That's where we are going. But it's not going to be like everyone, everything. But I'm telling you there's something. Let's not just take it as an exercise and then we close it. Let's take it something as serious as that can happen as a collaboration that can be established with some people we don't know we are going to get in touch with. You want to say something, Prof? About the projects. They are working on the projects. Okay. The projects, how the process now, when the presentation tomorrow?
Yes. Okay, we take this opportunity, since we are not going anywhere, we're stuck here, so we might as well complete the job, the assignment that I've given you, because remember, this morning, Prof. Mansoor said that we would like tomorrow morning, each group present at least one proposal, so that we can give some comments, so that you know that what you are doing is correct. At least that would be the least input from us. Because all this while is just trial and error. Tomorrow we can see that you have done something. So I would like you to just continue doing, try to produce the proposal. Now, because tomorrow you can decide who's going to present the proposal from each group. Okay? If the group has more than one proposal, you can choose which one, but at least one. If we have time, then maybe we can allow 2 from each group, but at least 1 from each group. So we will stay here because it's raining anyway. We're not going anywhere. We're going to stay here. If you have any questions, just raise your hand. We will come to you. I don't want to talk anymore, but I want you to do your work.
And decide
Okay.
clear about that. What proposal are they going to present?
Yes,
Okay? So that they actually do some exercise among themselves, and tomorrow they can make presentation.
Hello, I'm back again. Few announcements. 3 announcements. The first one, if you've not submitted your CV or profile, if you've not submitted your CV or your profile, and again, you've not responded to the survey question. There's a survey form that you are sent, isn't it? You will not get your certificate tomorrow. And can I tell you, those certificates are beautiful. Really, I've never seen similar ones in Kenya. I've never seen. So please, send your CV, fill the survey form, and get the beautiful certificate. Then, now we were supposed to go out and appreciate the serene environment of Murang'a University of Technology. Now, it is not possible, isn't it? We have work ahead of us. We have been working on proposals. So we'll give you 15 minutes just to tell us, you can discuss amongst yourselves, and then you tell us what you will present tomorrow. We need to have an idea. We don't want tomorrow to be here only to discover we have 10 proposals to be presented, and there's no time. So if you can take 15 to 20 minutes just to discuss amongst yourselves the proposal that you will present tomorrow, that will be very good. Should it stop raining, we'll take you round to appreciate Murang'a University of Technology. But if it continues to rain, we continue with the exercise. If you have a problem, you can just raise up your hand. We'll be there to help you. Thank you.
And during that period, if you need any assistance, let us know.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. And then and give us a bigger, broader picture of what has happened as far as planning. And those will be what packages which we have there. It's more objective. So that if one of the work packages is the food security, then that will have like maybe 3 objectives. How do you do it? Yeah.
Now, the certificates, how do you them scan?
You can scan it if you can.
No, getting another scan. So you ask yourself, should it be organized in such a way that the first page, second page might be modified or individual? Or individual? You know, there's aspect of
I know. But to make your job easier, you can just scan one shot. Yeah. One shot. Then I can separate them.
Later.
Yep.
Oh.
So you don't need to scan one by one. So you just put everything together and then scan and then send it to me. Then I can separate.
So we can do it as one file. I was thinking to separate the participants in a separate file. But much.
Yeah, that is very no, once you go there's no leverage. It's in reference to the GA. Because if we open it, The household decides to invest in the production. Maybe we look at food security here.
This
yeah, 2% that is 3 lines. Monthly was so that I can understand why. Why this is a problem?
Hello? Yes, I want to believe the 20 minutes are over. We need just to, from the different groups, just to share with us what research areas or topic you are going to be presenting, what you are working on, so that in 10 minutes, if you're able to do that, then we can see how do we move on from after the presentations. So I don't know which group wants to start. Can I start from my right? Just to share with us what you've been working on so that we can see the progress that you have done so far. Okay, I see there is group, by default, you are group 1, so probably you can share with us. Which group is ready? You don't have to have completed everything, but at least to share so that you are able to track where you are. Yes? Hello? Kindly let's listen to them. Let's listen to them.
So, good evening. Is it afternoon or evening? Good afternoon. For this group, we have settled, we have wonderful proposed ideas here, but we have settled on.
If you need other colleagues, they can join you later. If you need your team members to help you. With the questions.
Am I just mentioning the title or a preview?
A preview of what you've been working on.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Good day, afternoon or evening. So our group, So our group, we have agreed to present this. We have.
We can project for you. It's much easier that we are able to follow. Yeah, that would be better. Yes. So that everybody can see and prepare your questions.
We had not prepared the PowerPoint, so maybe I can just talk about it. So we are in silico a screening of Bidens pilosa as a potential antibacterial agents targeting multi-drug resistant bacteria. Yes, in silico screening pilosa compounds, identification of novel antibacterial agents against multi-drug resistant strains. I'm sure many of you have gone to hospital and the doctor gave you some prescriptions and they told you that after 3 days, if you don't see any change, please come back. Or you have heard someone complaining that I've been taking these drugs and I have not seen any change. There is the highest probability that especially a bacterial infection, that the bacteria that you have has undergone mutation and it is resistant to that type of a drug. The last time we came up with antibiotics was in 1984. Since then, we have not been able to
intervene. I would like all the participants to listen to this. This is actually our exercise of peer review. So here is a team who has prepared a proposal. They are presenting as if you are all the evaluators on behalf of a funding agency. So you have to ask questions and clarifications, and they can then improve the project accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I was saying that the last time we came up with an antibiotic was in 1984. Since 1984, we have not yet come up with another, and yet these bacteria, they are evolving, they are mutating, and they are overcoming. So when a doctor gives you medication, tells you after 3 days, if you don't see change, come back, it's a high probability that the bacteria that you are having is resistant to that drug. And it has been predicted that by the turn of the century, all the antibiotics that we have will not be working. We will find ourselves in a situation of COVID-19 where we have a very dangerous disease, but we don't have the medications. And so that calls for scientists and researchers to think ahead of time. What do we do? And the best approach is to go plant-based, because plants, you find like a single plant. An example of rosemary has more than 63 compounds in one single leaf. There are more than 63 compounds. So out of these compounds, you will find 1, 2, or 3, or 5 of them have that antibacterial effect. So, and plants are found in abundance in nature, just like around here in Murang'a, there are so many plants, and some of these plants could be very potential, could be holding potential drugs. And so we are doing it in silico because the budget for doing drug development process costs roughly 314 million US dollars. Not many people and many organizations can afford this. And they also say that only 10% of potential drug candidates that undergo the drug development process ends up being drugs. So you can imagine the 90% of drug money that we have wasted in drug development, R&D, but we are not ending up with a drug. So we are going to do in silico. In silico is in computer. There are softwares and there are techniques that we can employ. Some of them, they might be complex terms. They are called molecular docking, molecular dynamic simulations, toxicology analysis. We can do all that inside the computer. Before now, we can do an assay in the lab and test the efficacy of that drug. So that is basically our work. Bacteria, bacteria, less than, we have millions of types of bacteria, millions of bacteria. By the way, your body, as we speak, has billions of bacteria right now. Only less than 1% of those bacteria cause disease, yet 1 out of every 5 deaths globally in the world is caused by bacterial infection. And to make it worse is that these bacteria are evolving and mutating, and by the turn of the century, we might not have any antibiotics. So what do we do? Shall humanity be wiped away, or do we have to wait to find ourselves in the same scenario of COVID-19? And that's why we are suggesting Bidens pilosa, that is blackjack, has been tested. There is available literature and data supporting that Bidens pilosa has antibacterial effect. So we want to see. So there are 2 things here. There is AMR, antimicrobial resistance, just one bacteria that is resistant to one drug. Then the worst of them is what we call MDR. So multi-drug resistant bacteria, those are the worst. You find one single bacteria is resistant to 3 or 4 more different types of drugs. So that's why we are taking this route. Thank you. Yes? Oh, okay. Sorry.
What so far has been said, if there are any comments or questions.
So that is the plant, blackjack.
No, see, I said the peers will review. Your project will be reviewed by experts of that field. So you don't need to tell what the plant is. This is more like an introduction for a thesis or sharing with the community that this is the new problem. As if they are all experts, so you go directly onto your plans and issues. Now, for example, you said that there are drug-resistant bacteria. This is only something that you say about the importance of it. But then you go on to explain the, the research question and what is the plan. We leave you to prepare a budget later on, Omar. Don't worry.
I'm sorry, we were still working on it, so we were not guided on what specific areas we are going to work to. Yes, I did summarize that in everything that I just said. As you can see, only less than 1% of our bacteria cause infections. And yet, according to University of Oxford research, they are responsible for 1 in 8 global deaths. So out of 8 people, 1 of them is because of bacterial infection. Of course, we have heart attack, we have even accidents, we have diabetes, we have HIV, we have COVID, all those. But 1 out of 8 is caused by bacterial infection. The last drug, as I mentioned, was in 1984. Since that time, we don't have anything yet. Okay, it has been predicted that we may run out of antibiotics at the turn of the century. That is at the end of this 21st century. Calling for us, the researchers and all stakeholders, to go for alternatives before we are caught off guard. As I mentioned, drug development process is very expensive. $314 million US. That is how much Kenya shillings. So when we go this in silico, from the topic, when we go to in silico, we'll cut that budget by more than half. We will cut that budget by more than half so that we'll only proceed to the clinical phase. And the compounds that we'll identify, they have a 90% chance that they will end up to be drugs after we are done with the in silico process. Once we go now to the lab to do the assays, we have a 90% chance of that compound becoming a drug. Thank you.
I want my colleague Dr. to actually comment on the problem statement. If anybody else has a point. So first, I think there's a participant has a point. Please go ahead.
I've not followed what you are saying because to tackle a problem, you have identified that a lot of money is wasted on trying to tackle these issues and 90% of them come to nothing. Have you identified the type of resistant bacteria you are dealing with and how do you intend to tackle it?
There are many bacteria that are developing, but the most notorious one is Staphylococcus aureus. So it's a clinical issue. It's a big challenge currently. But there are so many of them. Like we have the as simple as E. coli that has developed resistance. We have Vibrio cholerae that causes cholera that have become resistant. So we have so many. I think I haven't gone through everything, but we have them.
You can ask your team also to respond if they wish to.
I don't know if I've answered your question. Yes. The issue is MDR.
So that is the one you should tackle.
Yes. Maybe I don't know your team how you're working, but for us, of course, there was that new guidelines that if we work individually, then we were asked to discuss as a group and decide which one of the 4. And we have very nice other options, other research topics, proposals there. So I was working on that, and from the discussion, they agreed, let's present mine. We will mention theirs tomorrow.
I just want to ask you a question. Maybe I missed it. How is the composition of the team? It looks like more of a medical question. How is the composition of the team? And do we have equipment available to do that analysis the way we would want to produce a drug?
Yes, we have all the resources. This is the work. I've worked on a similar project like this, and we might need zero cost in this work. The only work we will do is the extraction process in the lab, the compounds extraction where we'll need to do LCMS, liquid chromatography coupled with mass spectroscopy, which is not. But then, to answer on the team membership, let me clarify that, we found ourselves on the table, people from different backgrounds. Then we were asked, as we were, first day when we were working on our project, we thought we were to do it as a team. Then we were told, no, you do it individually. So everybody has worked on their own, and then we discussed and agreed that let one of us present. Yes.
We need to manage time as well. May I ask the expert to comment on the problem statement? Because your plan will develop based on the issue, the problem.
Okay. What is the topic of the title of this? What is the title of this? Okay. My comment, can we go back, can we go down to the problem statement? Okay. I would say that my style, personally, I always like a simple and short sentences. Easy for me to understand.
Can anybody listen to the expert, please?
Okay.
Attention, everybody listens to the expert, please.
Okay, can you just take note, because I'm giving a very general comment so that I don't have to repeat, so that from what based on my comment about this, you can also take the comments in and then use to refine your proposal. So this one, my first comment is that the sentences are always long. You can see that I counted, there's only about 7 sentences, but it covers 2 paragraphs. So meaning that one sentence is at least 3 lines. A lot, eh? And then, so I would prefer, please, next time, use shorter sentences. It's okay to use shorter sentences so that it's easy to understand. Because you must understand, not everybody comes from the same background. And then secondly, this one, I can understand the problem that you want to highlight, but it's not really strengthened here, the problem. What you want to say is that the cost of production is expensive. And then it's expensive, it's tedious, yeah. And then at that time, you say that we have not discovered any new drugs anymore. Okay, so what? So what? So what? You did not answer the so what question. So you just say here, why I say that I understand it, but it's not strengthened, it's not highlighted. Because you just say in a sweeping statement, you just say that this call for an urgent need for all researchers and stakeholders to look at all possible alternative, blah, blah, blah. So you should actually hammer on that point. Why do you need to call for an alternative? And then you did not relate this thing to Kenya's problem. No, yes, global, but let the global people solve their problem. You are solving your problem. Your problem, because I don't see what is the, let's say, I believe this data, this number, this figures is actually you got it from WHO, blah, blah. That is a world figure. Is it? Or is it Kenya's figure? Is that the amount of money that Kenya spent? But you need to know, okay, that's why I say that you need to understand which data should go into the background facts and which data should go into the problem statement. Those data about the international spending, blah, blah, go to background facts. But for your problem statement, you need to highlight how much actually Kenya spent or invested in buying drugs. And how many people actually died because of lack of accessibility to drugs. That would strengthen your cause. To say that because of that, I am offering an alternative way of producing drugs. You said it, but it's not, it's like, to me, it's just like a sweeping statement. Okay? So just improve it. Your thought is there, but just look for what you need now for your problem statement. Let's remember, for background fact is what is actually happening
elsewhere. You can use it as your background. So from big picture, you draw it to Kenya. Your problem statement is actually about you and your research in Kenya. So look for data in how many, what we call it, how much Kenya spent in buying drugs, and those drugs are expensive. And then you can highlight a little bit saying that because of the IP restriction, factor, is keep on increasing. So if you can look for 5 years data in saying that how much Kenya spent for the last 5 years. So is it increasing or is it stable? And then how many people died because of lack of accessibility?
Okay. So thank you very much. Let's give hands to this team. But you can see that the key thing, the expert says that it needs to be more specific. Issue needs to be identified and narrowed down. And let me repeat that your project is going to be assessed by the experts of that field. And therefore, you don't have to prepare the preamble like you do for a master's thesis or a report. Here, you go directly, as she said, with an accepted published data and emphasize on what is issue. Okay? Do you want to say anything before next team is called?
Just one point of clarification. This proposal, was it developed by a group or is it an individual project? Individual. Okay. So we are having how many projects there?
So what we did,
Yeah, on this table where we have group 3, we have a total of 5 titles. So what we did when we were requested to make a presentation this afternoon was to work through the criteria that we were given yesterday on gender issues and climate change, health and food security, people and migration, and so on. So we saw that his proposal encompasses all that criteria. But otherwise, individually, we have titles or topics that are still under development.
So at least you all were party to that proposal,
Yes,
yes?
yes.
But what I noticed was that not all of you were actually attentive to presentation or the question. I don't want to name any member of the team, but that was my observation.
Okay.
That's not team effort in my opinion.
We took some notes anyway.
And if any other group is talking while somebody is presenting, then I am sorry, I doubt that you will be learning anything from that. I mean, what you do is in literature review, you learn from other people's experiences. So here is actually something in front of you, an experience that where they did not work as a team, as an individual proposer, and you see some of the shortcomings there. I mean, if we have time, I would like to go, through each proposal that they have prepared. But nevertheless, thank you very much. And the whole idea of this exercise is to learn from, this one. Okay, thank you very much. Do you want to say anything else? Thank you. May we have next group, please? Who is ready? Volunteer? Okay, do we have someone from that group? And you need to explain that you have a team or is it an individual project?
Thank you for that initial presentation. We were poking in holes to know what to do for the other groups. Now, we For us, Group 4 worked as a group. We have engineers there. We have people from hospitality, education, science, people from the School of Science. So it's a mixed group, and we all contributed. In fact, when you look at that document, it's a Google document, and everybody has access to it. Everybody can edit on the document. Our title, the one we settled on, was Feasibility Study on Policy Intervention on Schooling Management During National Disasters in Kenya. We have identified the keywords. The first one is policy intervention, feasibility study, schooling management, national disaster. We have an introduction. This introduction is looking at the current scenario in Kenya, whereby the school calendar is being changed every now and then without proper thought. So we have also looked at the kind of disaster that is happening right now, a lot of flooding, and which is impeding the progress of learning in schools. So we are trying to look at, this proposal is seeking to address some of these challenges that are there. These challenges mostly are due to lack of proper policy intervention. So our work will look at ways of mitigating this to ensure that there is maximum schooling even when national disasters happen in Kenya. So that was the introduction. We have a problem statement. We have some facts there. We have referred to the past, like in the year 2019, there were school closures where over 2,500 schools were closed, affecting more than almost 1 million students. And these closures disrupted education of thousands of children, leading to interruptions in learning and potential long-term effects. Also, there's displacement of students from disasters such as floods, droughts, conflict, among others. We'll try to put in some statistics, but this is happening in Kenya currently. Even if you were following our news the other day, the Chief of Defense Forces was trying to construct schools, and that's when he got an accident. This is a perennial problem that has been there. We have talked also of infrastructure damage, which is affecting roads, communication means, and also affecting schools. Schools are flooded, some have been displaced. And it's only that we didn't have quite some time, but according to UNICEF, approximately 76,000 students were affected by destruction of over 600 schools during the 2007-2008 post-election violence in Kenya. And we have facts. Even when you go to Baringo County, you find one primary school having 3 schools, one in the valley, one at the center of the valley, and one at the top of the hill. So those are facts that will populate. We've also looked at the health risks that are accompanying this COVID-19, psychological impact, disruption of education system, the economic impact, among others. And these facts and figures underscore the challenges faced by education sector in Kenya during disasters, and there's need to highlight the importance of implementing effective policy interventions to mitigate their impact and ensure the continuity of education for all children. So we've also identified some objectives, 5 of them. The first one is conduct a comprehensive risk assessment to identify potential hazards and their impact on schooling. And some of these are floods, droughts, pandemics, among others. The second objective is to evaluate existing policies to determine gaps in policy and practice in management of schooling during national disasters in Kenyan schools. There's something that is missing here, of schooling. My colleague can insert in. The third one, identify vulnerabilities in the current schooling system that exacerbate the impact of national disasters. The fourth objective, analyze the roles and the responsibilities of key stakeholders, and we've just identified a few, like government agencies, education institutions, NGOs, communities, among others, in disaster management within the schooling system. And fourth objective, the fifth objective, evaluate the economic, social, and educational impacts of implementing each option. So those are the four objectives we have come up with. We had reached this level of research questions. The first question is, what are the potential hazards that can affect schooling in Kenya, considering both natural and man-made disasters? That's the first research question. Number two, what are the specific impacts of each hazard on schooling infrastructure, students, teachers, and the learning environment? That's the research question number two. Number three, what are the existing policies related to disaster management in Kenyan schools? Four, what gaps exist in the current policies and practices regarding the management of schooling during national disasters? Five, how does infrastructure deficiencies affect the ability of schools to cope with disasters? Six, what socioeconomic, geographical, and climate factors contribute to the vulnerability of schools during disasters? Seven, what are the roles and responsibilities of government agencies, education institutions, NGOs, and local communities participating in disaster management within schools? Eight, what are the economic costs and educational outcomes associated with implementing each policy option for managing schooling during national disasters? And lastly, how do these policy options influence the long-term education development and preparedness of students and schools? That's the far we had gone. You can see the research questions are more than the objectives, because some of the objectives we ask more than one question. Thank you. Yes, they cover the four. The objectives are four, but the questions are derived from these objectives. Yes, that's all we have done.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from the audiences, please, other groups? Or if his team wants to add anything? What?
Yeah. So thank you very much for that presentation. I think it is pertinent, especially at this time. However, I got conflicted with some terminologies. I think you freely interchanged the use of the words natural disaster and national disasters. So those were interchanged, so it was not very clear to me. Then the meaning of schooling, I did not understand the meaning of schooling. Do you mean the interruption in the number of school days, or the interruption in the coverage of the curriculum? So that was not clear. So really, what is the problem? Because we have alternatives like home schooling, which at some point the government recommended during COVID. So how is that factored? Yeah, so thank you.
Hello. When I look at the objectives, to me they look too broad. What are the measurables? What will you be measuring to be able to come with something to analyze, to do a conclusion? Because they are very wide and they cover so much. And you know, in such a case, it will be very difficult to give one specific answers.
Thank you. Any other question? It appears as though the study is motivated by the current flood. My question is, how many floods of this magnitude do we have in a year so that it can influence schooling as a process?
If there are many
Thank you.
questions, it means proposal has something in it.
Definitely. So thank you. Now, I was looking at your objectives there, and research is normally supposed to be systematic, the way it flows from the beginning to the end. Now, if you look at objective number 3, which is the vulnerabilities and comprehensive risk assessment, I think when you look at vulnerabilities of the current, the vulnerability should lead to risk assessment. So maybe ordering of the objectives would help improve that proposal.
First, so this is what you'll be presenting to us tomorrow, because I know what we are doing is we are sharing on what we'll be presenting tomorrow. So is this what you'll be presenting to us, or this is half of what, I don't know. But then a question is, an observation is that I think your project is good, but it's quite very broad. For example, talk about floods. It is a whole thing altogether. Talk about droughts, pandemics. How many pandemics are you going to? And then that is just in the first objective. You go to the second objective, it's like there is no boundary. And analyze the roles of responsible stakeholders, government agencies, institutions, NGOs, communities. I don't know where is the scope, the limit on how far you want to go. So I think it is good, but quite very broad to be achievable within one research project.
Thank you for, thanks for the good presentation. Coming from a disaster management part of it, risk is a function of hazard, capacity, and vulnerability. So the moment you are doing objective number 1, you cannot be able to skip to do the vulnerability, because risk assessment is a function. One of the parameters of risk is vulnerability. So maybe matching those two to be one objective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, my comment is on the objectives. One alluded that they are very broad, but then another thing, I'm wondering whether we put e.g. Floods, you're just supposed to be flowing. And then when you talk about like objective number 4, analyze the role and responsibilities of key stakeholders, you don't need to put them there, because once you develop a frame, then you are going to highlight there the stakeholders that are supposed, that you mean. When you go to the research questions, there is somewhere where it is not aligning with, like I thought it should be aligning with the objectives. You are talking about natural and man-made disasters. It is disasters. What parameters to be put in place? You don't put them maybe in the right after you have collected your data. Maybe that's my opinion.
Thank you.
The parameters, of course, will come
My teammates can respond to some of these questions.
I wanted to respond on the matter that was raised concerning national and natural disasters. Now, national disasters, let me give an example first that is out of national. And you can remember when COVID-19 started, we had to either talk to WHO or to declare it a pandemic. Okay, so first it was not a pandemic but then. Now, there could be an event that occurs within a country that has those things that you individually think that could be classified as a disaster or something of that sort. But the government has to come in to declare a national disaster. So when the government comes in and declares national disaster, then our policy kicks in. We now implement what we are trying to do a feasibility study on. I hope that is correct, or you get that. Yeah, so it could either be natural, man-made, could be conflict. The conflict could be declared a national disaster. Whether it's in Mount Elgon, and then, because we have a policy governing schooling, so that we don't disadvantage students or schools in that area, then our policy governing national schooling management comes into play. I hope that's correct. You get.
Thank you. Could we are responding to questions? First, we want to appreciate all the input that you put into our effort. We can say that we have realized that we have mixed national disaster and national disasters. That's number one. The objectives, you can see we were working on them as a team. Everybody was putting in their input. So it's just a matter of organizing them. And I said at the end of the day, you might not be having a question or suggestions. On what we will be measuring, and that the objectives are wide, we'll still look at them. This is a working document. You can see it's not complete. There was a question on how many floods. I think we are concentrating on disaster. Not only floods. So there are disasters that are there, that are declared, like the one that has been declared the other day. Today, not the other day, of flooding. That's just an example. There was COVID-19. When it became a pandemic, it was a disaster. You remember some time back when Al-Shabaab went into Garissa University and killed students. It was declared a disaster. When at Westlands, the terrorists came, became a disaster. So there are many. When you go to the Kerio Valley, there's always fighting and schools are closing. To an extent that when kids reach class 2, they realize the other one is an enemy and they don't share the same school. On risk assessment, you've taken your comment. And whether we use EG or ETC, that one is also taken. And thank you for all your comments. Any other questions? A question now, not comments. We are ready to answer them. My teammate wants to say something.
Thank you. Mine is about the scope, and you people have said that the scope is wide. We are mainly looking at policies. You should note that. And these policies are not very many, and therefore, even though it might look very wide, we are trying to look at what is there, how is it being implemented, and then we look at the weaknesses on the implementation or the way the policies are structured. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear the expert. Please stay here for a moment.
It's scary. Okay. Good attempt, but it can be improved. How? The most important thing is how. So in your objective one, you can simplify it and refine it better. You don't have to say conduct a comprehensive risk assessment, because that is what you're going to do in your research. So what should you do there? You just say that you're going to, you want to identify, then you just say identify potential hazard and their impact on schooling. Because then in your research, then you, if you want to do how you want to identify it, is involve risk assessment. So but here we just make it simple and short, easy to understand. I hope someone is writing.
Thank you, madam. Daniel, do you want to say anything? If anything. If you are okay.
I'm okay. It's only
yeah, we have to manage time as well.
The statement, the problem statement. I think it's a bit long. I think we might want to reduce it so that someone can pick it up exactly what the problem is.
Right.
I have to read the whole paragraph to get the information.
Thank you. Let me say my comment, and then we will thank you. There was a question about data, and in my opinion, I think they gave quite a few references and data, not only local but also UN data, what has been happening during the disaster, how many children were affected, this and that, so on. And today, in this workshop, I think many a times we, in everyday life, instead of addressing the purpose, the cause, we go on to effect. Now, you question some of the things which actually, when they begin the project, will be facing. But I think it's important here that the process of project preparation has been considered or not. And in my considered opinion, I think this proposal does have those components that are required for a project proposal to be submitted. And I see a good sequence also. Although, in my opinion, the chance of this kind of a proposal winning a grant is not very strong. Why? Because there are other organizations. Maybe there's a national, what you call the disaster management authority. If there's one, then it is their domain. If, with the schooling, the Ministry of Education is directly concerned, or the Planning Commission or the Ministry of Planning and Development has already instituted something. So they would say simply in the assessment of by the organization that, oh, this is not your domain. So you have to also see when you are preparing a proposal as to whether within the country any other organization has official mandate by the government of Kenya. Then it would be a bit difficult. So with this, do you want to say anything? But I really thank this group. I want to also add that there you see the difference of a team and individual. Thanks. Yes, sir.
I've not seen this problem statement, but in problem statement development, you avoid cosmetic sentences and words. For example, the first two sentences are cosmetic. They don't add value to anything that you are doing. So you go straight to the problem, no any other wordings, because, for example, people have seen that this is wordy, and Dan have just said that. Avoid cosmetic sentences.
Yeah, I agree. As I said earlier on in the proposal, that because your proposal is going to be reviewed by the experts of that area, and therefore you just get on with the business directly, what is the problem? So over to you for whatever you want to say.
Thank you for my team and also for the other participants. You've enriched our thinking and will endeavor to implement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we have next, because the time is up and already 4:30. I think we must finish by 5 o'clock, even though that's a little bit late. Are you coming in? This group or that group? Okay, please. Have you given your presentation there already? Your presentation there? Now we will see the power of women.
Okay, good evening. Yeah, our working title is Mitigation of Effects of Climate Change on Coffee Production in Selected Counties in Kenya. We intend to look at coffee, but in selected counties. We'll not be covering the whole country. The keywords that we have from our title are mitigating effects, climate change, coffee production, and then Kenya as a sovereign state in East Africa. So we have defined them there. In the introduction part, so in the introduction part, we have tried to outline the importance of coffee in the Kenyan economy. We have looked at the challenges that are there, climate change. We have identified how those challenges have led to decline and even the impact on in the value, the value that, yes, that is for the introduction in summary. And then we have our objectives there. We have 3 objectives and 3 research questions. Our first objective is to investigate how climate change affects coffee production in Kenya. And our research question is, how does climate change affect coffee production in selected counties in Kenya? Then objective number 2 is to explore the issues, problems, and challenges faced by coffee farmers due to climate change. And there is the corresponding research question. Then we have objective number 3, to investigate existing government mechanisms or programs in assisting coffee farmers, or breeders, to address the effects of climate change. And we have the corresponding research question. For this objective 3, we are aligning it to small-scale farmers. So we realize that when we focus on breeders, we'll have a very narrow scope. Then objective number 4, ideally this is what comes after we have done our research. We make recommendations. But so we are targeting it, but we have no research question for it, because at the end of our research, we'll have to achieve something and we'll make recommendations. So that is what we have. For statement of the problem, our main issue is pests and diseases and climate change that is resulting into low yield. So that's the main problem that we want to address. Then for the justification, we note that coffee production is fundamental. Economic activity in Kenya, it supports livelihoods of millions of people, both directly and indirectly. It's also a good foreign exchange earner for our country, just after tea. And it's also going to contribute to poverty reduction of our small-scale farmers and growth of the coffee industry and infrastructure, which will contribute to the achievement of the SDG number 1, that talks about reduction in poverty and no poverty, and number 9 that talks about the industry, innovation and infrastructure. So after the justification, we have drafted just a brief methodology. We are still working on that. We will be able to explore it further and align it to the objectives and how our data will be collected. But ideally, we have identified that we'll be collecting both qualitative and quantitative data, and we have to employ the use of survey tools for collecting data, and also interviews at some stage. So we'll be able to dig deeper into that and give specific activities under every objective that we intend to go and research on. That's all for Group 2. Thank you. Yes, we invite suggestions. When you throw stones, throw small ones, eh? You throw small stones, not big ones.
Yes, this is not a big one. This is just a small one.
Good.
So when you look at your title, you are talking about coffee production. When you are talking about your title, you are talking about coffee production. And in your keywords, one of the keywords is production again. And in your problem, you are talking about yield. Yield. You are talking about yield. So, and in your objective 1 and 3, just go to them. Objective 1 and 3. You are looking at how climate change affects coffee production. And in 3, you are bringing in the breeders.
That while I was presenting, I said we'll align it to small-scale farmers because the scope of the breeders is very small.
Oh, that is what I saw. So that's why I was taking you.
Thank you.
But I must still ask a question.
You will try to observe consistency.
These questions are helping for improvement of this.
Yeah, actually, when you are looking at production, do you normally go for production or productivity in any activity? Because the objective that the small-scale farmer will be having, will he just be producing? Because you can produce 1 tree or 3 trees on 1 acre of land. At the same time, you can grow 20 trees on 1 acre of land. So what is the idea? Should it be production or productivity?
You could blow it out a little bit because it's the complexity of our groups. Some of us, we understand what productivity is, Others feel we should have production. But is there production without productivity if really we are tailored to improve the yield? So if we are improving the yield, then productivity is key.
Maybe if you are a researcher trying to come up with a new strain or something, you just look at production. Your interest is not productivity. But then if you go to the small-scale farmer who has to survive, this is a hustler. You look for productivity.
You can't produce a strain that is not productive and then it sells in the market. Really, even if we produce hybrids, they must be high yielding to convince the farmer that this is better than what you have been having. But I will go back to my group for rescue.
No, I beg to differ here that high-yielding variety is not necessarily the highly profitable for farmers. This is misnomer used by the experts, us, and the government, because government always wants to have more yield and more production. But for the farmer, I'm son of a farmer. I've been working with farmers for a number of years. Farmer is concerned about his or her actually profitability. They are more concerned about the economics, and you'll be surprised that they are very good at working at their own economics. So high production does not mean much to the farmer if they have already spent a lot of money on the inputs. Any other question?
First, to appreciate the effort of the team. One of the words the key words in the title is climate change. The title. Go to the title. Effect of climate change on coffee production. Climate change is huge. But when you go to the problem statement, I think you mentioned about diseases. Your issue is not even climate change, I think you mentioned about diseases in climate, diseases affecting production. Statement problem. What is it? The question is, climate change is huge. We have a lot of parameters when we want to say the effect of climate change. We have rainfall, we have floods, we have all the parameter temperatures. But when you are presenting, you mentioned about the issue on coffee production is the diseases. I don't see it there, but you mentioned diseases, pests and diseases.
There is, the changes include temperature, rainfall pattern, and increased incidence of pests and diseases.
May I?
But again,
I think the colleague is going to respond, but I think we do not really point out some of the, not so important unconceptual details. Those can always be looked at when you review the proposal and complete. But I think the overall framework and the concept and process is important. Please.
Thank you. When we talk about climate change, there are normally two major things that happen. It's either drought or floods. So, and if you look at the way that sentence is crafted, there are diseases that are coming as a result of drought, and diseases are coming as a result of flood. So I think we are just on the dot. Other details later. Thank you.
Hello? When we talk of the climate, this word is very catchy and everybody is talking about it. But climate just simply means the temperatures, the what. Summation over a long period is defined as climate. In other words, the fact that it rained so much today in Murang'a does not contribute to climate.
Yes, I want to also add my voice in thanking the group for the good work that is done. But I would have wanted, if you're talking about climate change, I would have wanted to see trend over 30 years. I've not seen that in your objective because that can also help. But if you're talking about what the farmer can see, then you should be talking about variability. I have a problem with the title mitigating. For us who come from the science discipline, when we talk about climate change and talk about mitigating, the obvious thing I would want to see is greenhouse gas emission reduction. Since what you have here in the explanation is to do with adaptation, you'd be talking more of adapting to impacts of climate change or enhancing the farmers' resilience, coffee farmers' resilience to climate change. I saw when you talk about your SDGs that you are contributing to, SDG number 13, which is climate action, is missing from the list. So since it is your key action point, you need to include that. Thank you.
Let me just make a clarification. We are not dealing with climate change. We are dealing with the effects of climate change. So that's why when we talk of mitigation, we are mitigating the effects. We have accepted that there's climate change. So, and we are not going to that. We are only saying that we are mitigating the effects of climate change.
Yes,
thank
you. Thank you, team. You have done a wonderful job. But my comment is, and partly Madam Dorothy has also pointed out, mitigation is very ambitious and not so easy to do. You in title are talking about mitigation, but when you go down to the objectives and your plan of action, it only says about assessment. So this discrepancy should be avoided. I mean, title should really speak of the whole project. I, as an evaluator, I look at the title, I look at the objectives and plans, and I wouldn't go to the budget. I can decide there whether this project is worth or not. However, this issue is very important, and you very rightly have highlighted some of the pests and diseases and changing in the patterns and so on. That is something, at least nowadays, is very catchy, and you can always gain support. But climate change is pretty broader term. So you have to come down to exactly what you're doing. And when you say some selected counties, and you don't mention those counties, this is also a problem. So you have to be very specific. Also, because after your project, you should leave room for other researchers to address the issues that you were not able to address. But if you have a broader title, then that will bar others, because when it comes to the funding agency, they are just clerks. They don't go into the details. They look at their database. Oh, this title was already addressed. So this has already been done. Out. See? So this is important. Yes, madam.
Yes, sorry.
Daniel also wants to say.
Sorry, Prof. My concern was for Professor Manzoor and Dr. Daniel. I had a concern. Before, Professor told us that the chances of winning a grant with some proposal, for example, whatever we had to look if there was a government agency that is mandated to do the same. For example, for us, we would have had to look at the National Disaster Management Board. Now, I was wondering, in what case will you have any proposal that is not mandated to anybody? Because if I look at what we have before us by Group 2, we have several bodies that could as well look into this. We have the Kenya Coffee Board. I don't know if that's mandated by government, the cereals and something board.
Well, that's for you to look at, and preferably when you design a project, you consult those or bring them on board to be with you as collaborators or partners, because then that will strengthen your project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for the work the group has done. It looks to me like there was a work that was done. You did some work, and there was some reference as well. I'm not seeing the connection between the specificity that was defined in the statement of the problem and the objectives. I think the objectives are a bit general. In the statement of the problem, you talk about special issues like yield, diseases, and pests. And I'm not seeing how the objectives address those specifically. Maybe we might want to be a bit specific, and so that at the end we can measure something, whether the objectives were fulfilled or not.
Small point. I think you have done the process, and then I think the group can follow the process. I'm happy, because you know what needs to be done in producing a proposal. At least by tomorrow when you present, you know what are the drill, and you go back, you can do on your own. So I think I should congratulate this group. And then, okay, yes, when you look at it near, you don't see, but you look from far, then you only see. Okay, yes, mitigating the effect, the climate change effect is big, huge. But what you can do is reduce the term. You can change the term, but you're still doing what you wanted to do. For example, you can do an analysis of climate change effect on coffee production. You're analyzing because maybe no one has done it before. Or a review, something like that. You just look for the correct terms. So it doesn't affect your research, what you wanted to do. And then I think to strengthen your research proposal, it is good that since you are dealing with climate change, so a lot of comments about climate change. So what it's good that in your problem statement, you look for data to substantiate your claim, saying that during drought, what is the production? Does it increase? Does it go down? And then look for the long time. You need, because climate change happens slowly and over a long period of time. So meaning that you need to have data as goes back up to 30 years, 20 years. And see whether there are drastic in the figures or not. So what happened to the data during, okay, someone here say that climate change effect is only in drought or in flood. So look at the production during flood. Same or not? How much? Look in figures and in figures either in financial or in year, I don't know. But look for that kind of data to substantiate your claim. And then you say that, okay, because of this uncertainty, and then you can make linkages to your problem statement, to your research objective. Okay?
Thank you very much. And I think you mentioned SDGs. Madam pointed it out. Actually, if you can add some activity, that if you find out effect of some of the factors related to climate change on the crop production, pest and diseases and so on, and include a component of education of farmers, then you will be addressing number of SDGs. 1, 2, 3, particularly 4 and 5, because there are women involved. If you educate the community, that's addressing, the education and the climate action, and there are a number of other SDGs. But of course, needs cleaning, as has been pointed out. Nevertheless, good effort. Thank you. So your team has done well, and it makes me very happy that the leadership was given to the ladies. So the last group, please. Come on. Whoever present, don't worry. She can come to help you later on. Address the SDG 5 as well.
As we are addressing SDG 1, 2, and 3.
One, that he explains one component, somebody comes up
And then you all can join here for
So thank you. It's 5 o'clock. I'll just finish in a short while. This is work in progress. So this is what my group is presenting, exploring the effects of flooding on livelihoods in Kenya, a multidimensional analysis, and the keywords are flooding, keywords are flooding, livelihoods, multidimensional analysis, and sustainability. So this one has been changed, the food security. They saw it there by mistake. So this research aims to investigate the multifaceted impact of flooding on livelihoods in Kenya, a country vulnerable to due to geographical location, climate variability, and economic factors. And the study seeks to investigate how flooding affects various livelihoods in the context of capabilities, assets, and economic activities, and to identify the underlying drivers and mechanisms through which flooding influences livelihoods and how the adverse effects can be mitigated. So in terms of introduction, we find that changing global environment continues to impact on both natural processes and community livelihoods. As such, we find Kenya facing significant challenges in ensuring sustainable livelihoods for its population. And this is exacerbated by recurrent flooding occasioned by change in climate, and it disrupts agricultural production, activities, damage infrastructure, undermine, okay, we go to the problem statement. So the statement of the problem. Now, flooding presents a significant challenge. It is worldwide, affecting various aspects of livelihoods, including economic, social, and environmental dimensions. This is exacerbated in developing countries. In Kenya, where flooding is a recurrent phenomenon, its impact on livelihoods remains a pressing concern. However, the existing literature predominantly focuses on singular dimensions of this issue, overlooking its multifaceted nature. So the study seeks to address this gap by conducting a comprehensive multidimensional analysis of the effects of flooding on livelihoods in Kenya by exploring various dimensions such as psychological, distress, physical incapacitation, damage or loss of assets, children, wellness, and food security. So this research aims to provide, investigate the interplay of multifaceted factors following flooding events. Then we go to the objectives. To assess the direct and indirect impacts of flooding on livelihoods in Kenya. 2, to examine the effects of flooding on livelihood activities in market disruption, loss of income, increased food prices that affect household ability to obtain nutritional and affordable food. To investigate the socioeconomic and institutional factors that mediate relationship between flooding and livelihoods in Kenya, such as governance structures, coping mechanisms, and adaptive strategies employed by communities and policymakers. To identify resilient and sustainable strategies to enhance household livelihoods in flood-prone areas in Kenya, and to provide evidence-based policy recommendations to policymakers, government agencies, NGOs, and other stakeholders to strengthen food resilience and promote sustainable livelihoods in Kenya, informed by research findings and stakeholder consultation. And then the objectives are converted to research questions, all of them. And I think that's all we are presenting. Thank you. On the method, we've not yet gone there because the group has different views. We are yet to agree the way forward. I think she was part of the group. You are aware we disagreed.
Where is the other microphone? Because if you have decided your end point, then you must know which road are you going to take. And you know that the main road to Nairobi has been blocked, so you might have to take another alternative route. But if the destination is known, then it shouldn't be very difficult to decide whether you want to go on foot or by bus, or by your car. So that's what methodology is, basically. The presentation, the proposal is open to questions, please.
All right. I have two comments. Okay. Okay, one, maybe three comments. You've not defined the keywords, so maybe you can do that.
Okay.
Also, proposals normally don't have abstracts. There can be a summary, but not an abstract, unless somebody wants it. But normally, proposals don't have abstracts. Number two, in problem statement, the last paragraph should either be part of introduction or at the end of literature review. Because it is not a problem. Even if you read it, it's not a problem. So it can be either under the last words in introduction or the last paragraph in literature review. Thank you.
Taken positively.
Thank you very much. I know you have not gone to the details because you've not agreed, which is okay. But I'm a bit concerned on the definition of livelihood. How are you going to measure livelihood in your specific objective? Because I want to believe there are different types of livelihoods. So what is livelihood in your case? Two, in your justification, you have emphasized so much on children wellness. Why not human wellness? Then the flooding, the emphasis you've put on climate variability. I think this is now where you need climate change.
Thank you. In terms of the measurement of livelihoods, we are looking at it in the context of capabilities, assets, and economic activities in general. Now, on the case of children, wellness, there was a section that was mentioned on wellness. I think you can comment on this. Ready?
Generally, is that when we have these flooding events, they are the vulnerable part of the population. There's an overemphasis on adults and adults, but how different populations are affected by flooding events is different. So we chose children because they are hardly investigated. For example, there could be children who are due for some vaccines, but we are focusing on evacuation and all that. So it is a community of interest as far as flooding events are concerned.
In other words, then you need a statement that justifies that children are the most vulnerable without just putting children as vulnerable to what is in the stand.
And then the third one was we are having a case of geographic location and climate variability and the associated factor. So you're saying we talk about climate change. This is right? Deal with that?
I think here, in terms of climate variability, will be just okay because flooding is a result, and especially in this case, an effect of the rainfall that have been received. And because of the rainfall that have been received, the variations of that variation of the rainfall and the resultant flows are what we are mainly targeting in this case. Because if you're talking of flooding, yes, this is a periodical thing, but then we need to look at the trend. But what the effect component is what we are addressing, and I think it is just okay if we look at the climate variability.
It is safer to do both climate change and variability than to do just variability.
I thought it is because of the variability which is consistent that we now say after a while that we have had a climate change.
I think climate change is something that takes a long period of time, something like about 30 years. But what we observe, like what you're observing right now, the climate has changed, and what we are seeing those are changes within the climate, because the floods are not going there for a long period of time. They'll be there for a while, after which they will subside. So it is this period. But climate change, our focus is on variability. Change takes a long period of time, and that is outside our scope. All right?
Thank you very much for the presentation. My question goes to the objective section, and it is kind of a general question because it is a question I also wanted to ask Group 2. The objective number 2 appears to be covered under the objective number 1, which is a little bit more general. And then objective number 2 probably would become a research question if related correctly. And because also affecting Group 2, and this is really a general question, the research questions were the objectives, but what was introduced was terms like what, why, but the objective, but just written by adding what, why. It becomes a little bit not clear. How should we formulate the research questions? Should we make them a little bit more detailed, more simplified than the research questions? So two things, objective number 2 may appear that it can be covered under objective 1. Thank you.
Okay.
That's the question to the expert to explain.
You need an explanation?
Thank you so much. I appreciate what you've said. I agree. Maybe objective 1 is very general. We need maybe to do away with the first one, then we retain the second one. The other thing that you've said about the research questions, I believe they should be a replica of the objectives, so in form of a question.
I think this is an excellent way of responding, that you appreciate the reviewer. That yes, thank you very much. We look at it and we, revise it accordingly. That way, in the processing, your proposal will go through rather smoothly. Thank you.
Thank you for that. More question?
Thank you so much for the presentation. Yes, I think although there's some work done, I think we still have a bit more work to do going forward. I'm not seeing how are we going to measure this item that we have discussed here in our objective and even in the questions. If we talk about variability, yes, we talk about variability, but we're going to even use data from the climate change so we can also measure the variability over a period of time. There's also geographical location. Are you going to use satellite imagery, GIS, to determine, to quantify the changes, which flood happened where, and how does the livelihood of the children respond to this over a period of time? So I think we might want to think more in terms of how do we quantify what we are discussing here and include that in the objectives and the questions. But at least at some point, we can say, no, yes, we have measured this, we have measured that.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think we had the floodplains, but we didn't actually define them. Finally, we can get a comment from a group member. Welcome.
Okay, I'm not going to repeat what has been asked. I just highlight a few things. Your research objective can be simplified further and refined further so that people can understand what you're doing. Yeah? For example, number 2, you can say that to examine the effect of flooding on livelihood, activities in market disruption, loss of income. That is mouthful. That is what you want to assess. That is what you want to measure in your research. You don't have to say it here. What you can do is that you can just say that to examine the effect of flooding on quality of life of these people. So then you define what you mean by quality of life in terms of economy, in terms of their well-being, in terms of health, a lot, by just introducing one term rather than a lot of things. Then, because this thing, it looks confusing, it looks so jumbled up. And so I would ask you to, this group, to refine research objective number 2. And number 3, I don't really see the relationship between 1, 2, 3 and the topic, because because it's too lengthy. I lost in translation. I cannot follow your thoughts. I am a very simple person who looks for keywords in every sentence. Here is so much, so my brain is processing a lot, so I don't see. Because like coping mechanism, adaptive strategies employed by these are the things actually that you're going to, and this is actually the result of your analysis. When you analyze your data, and this is how you're going to put you're going to group it, categorize it under coping mechanism, adaptive strategy. It happens later on. But here we are talking about the data collection, and then you simplify it. And then my question is that you say that you want to involve children, livelihood. Livelihood meaning that family, who? Who, you are not clear. Who are the people? Because you mentioned just now, the children. Part of the household. Yes, still children. So what would be the minimum age of children that you want to? Children, you need to know. What would be you are involving children. You are involving children in your research, right? Yes. What would be the minimum age of these children? Minimum age. You're going to get data to them. You're going to talk to them as a data collection. What would be the age what would be the age of these children that you think that would give you a valid data for your research? And then the ethical side, you need to think, because, but I'm not worried about the ethical side. The most worrying is that the age, because if you are going to interview children of 5 years old, how reliable is that child? The information that child gives you. If you're going to compare a child who you interview at the age of 5 and those 10 years old, different in quality. So that would be your struggle. And then, one more thing. Can we go to research? I cannot remember. Where is the thing I saw, that psychological blah, blah, blah? Where? Oh, yeah. Sikit di atas sikit tak? Okay. So if you group it, actually, you have detailed this. Actually, you can see that the dimension would be the physical. Asset is physical. Asset could be tangible and intangible. Economy could be, you put it in a bigger cluster, bigger category. This one is very detailed. It could be physical, mental, psychological, economical, political, cultural, something like that. Easier, rather than being detailed like this.
The other idea of not using those words is to be safe, because when you start the project, let's say you get the project and you start that, you may or not be able to actually assess all those things. And therefore, if what she says you do, you will be, safe, because you don't determine there. Although in methodology, you would have to elaborate as to how would you be measuring these? What are the techniques or methods that you would use? So there has to be synchronization in all the components of a project. But nevertheless, I think good sequence, good ideas, and I mean, there's always room for improvement. I think you should continue building on this program. So let's give a good hand to this group. That you do at the end, okay? Appreciate everybody, like you do that. You will get it done. Over to Dorothy. Thank you very much. I'm actually quite happy to see that all 4 groups presented, and you see strengths and in development sector we say, don't think of your weaknesses, those are areas for improvement. So the strengths and areas for improvement. Thank you, madam.
So we have come to the end of our day 3 today. Tomorrow will be our last day, and we are going to make a humble request that we make it slightly early. You leave the hotel at 7:30, not 8. You leave the hotel at 7:30. By the time you arrive, breakfast will be served. Then at exactly 8:30, we start on the session that we are supposed to do tomorrow. Well, we have done the consultations on the proposals. So we'll start for the activities that needs to be done from 10:30. It is raining. The roads are not very good. So it is better that we finish early so that we are able to leave early, given that there's diversions and there's a lot of traffic. For now, we can go have a cup of tea, and then after that we can go rest as we plan to come back tomorrow. But meanwhile, let's clap for ourselves for the patience, the resilience, and even staying up to the end this evening. So thank you very much and have a blessed evening. We can have tea together. Thank you.
Special way of appreciating. Please do that. Who will do it? 3 factorial. Yeah. 3 factorial.
How many factorial? 3. Okay. Aya, 1, 2, bado. 1, 2, 3. If you miss one, we repeat.
That's for everybody.